Good day, mis amigos. I am Eric, king of the world, leader of the free peoples, bringer of justice, speaker of truth, man with eyebrows. Am I low-key working right now? By doing this? You could make the argument that I am. You'd probably be reaching some to make that argument. But now that live streaming seems to be bringing new faces to my internet experience, the internet experience that I offer. It almost feels like I'm actually doing something right now, almost, but not quite. So we'll see what this Sunday has to bring on this live stream. I'm not especially maybe. I think is the answer, email answer. Maybe I am low-key working right now. I think the jury's still out. Put it this way. I am at least uh, more inclined to be wrong that I am working right now. In the best case scenario, I continue live streaming on a regular basis as I have been doing for a long time, and it continues to produce positive results for me. Is that actually going to be the case? Only time will tell. It has been the case since I started vertically live streaming, I think, but one just never knows how ongoing meowing of the algorithm is going to impact me, my channel, and most importantly, my life. Hi, Raph W. Let's write some raps, Home Fry. Okay, you're emailed anthrax, but I totally am not. And these are not lies, they're facts. So go out there and got. How do you think about that? Is that a good rap? Or perhaps this one. Let's go, team. You know that we can win. Let's go, team. You know that we can win. I believe in cheer rapping, you know. I think the best rappers evoke images of cheerleaders encouraging their team on to victory. Felt like horseshit for the past 2 to 3 days. Didn't sleep much last night. Up all night arguing. I did get a good night's sleep last night. I got up this morning, watched my cartoons, and I went back to bed and slept for another 4 hours, despite having taken an Adderall this morning. Sleep's very important. If you don't get enough sleep, then you'll feel, and you just won't function very well. Amory doesn't love me anymore. I don't know what Amory is. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is here, and speaking, I think Korean. Hi, Dublin, Ireland, and Big Country Thompson. If you think Ireland's a big country, you should try Russia. That's even bigger. It's as big as the biggest country in the world, except for maybe China, which is also very big. America is fairly big. But I don't think America's any bigger than Canada, you know? Um, Inner Panic says, I don't get enough sleep at all, even lost a few pounds. This TWFP Eric's life is selfie. We're just dwelling on the spells of the smell, see. It's overwhelming and she barely now the crowd, see. It's all crowded around the telly with him, yeah, me. It's going fine, JC. Going just fine. How's it going with you? Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Very nice to see you again. You as well, to you. You're only a tiny island. Well, I gotta tell you this, Ireland. I am proud of you for being a different country than England. Because, England has a little bit of what you might call old style imperialist tendencies. I don't think they have them so much anymore, but they used to. And Ireland said, no, we're not English. We're Irish. You English people, you don't even have Guinness. You didn't invent it. You can't even have any of it. We're not even going to sell it to you. And that's how Ireland became their own country. Fair amount of Irish people in the United States. America. Hi, Brad Stover. I'm also from America. I'm from California. Uh, Lovely, warm, sunny California. Let's step outside and see what it's like outside in California today. We have had all these storms. This big storm come through here the last few days, and even though it's March, look what it looks like outside at my house. Just look at this. There's snow all over the place. Why? Because it snowed so much last night. In March in California. My mom love. I see you're still not giving up on your plan, Brad. I am a very experienced live streamer, and Nika. Nika, hello. I am a bacterial infection focused on self reflection, here to make a connection, inspection of perplexing. Perplexing inspection. Well, Brestover, that's fine. I encourage everybody to play however they want to play. If I don't like it, I'll just hide it or ban you. I'm not too fussy about things. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Just because I don't like something doesn't mean it's wrong. I mean, usually it does. If I don't like something and and think like, no, that's dumb, I'm gonna get rid of that, then usually it's wrong. But in this instance, not so much. You have yourself a great day as well, Brad Stover. I am a pretty laid back dude. I don't have a lot in life to stress me out. The most stressful questions. I do support that email answer. The most stressful question I have in life right now is, am I actually low key working right now? I might be. After all, Brad Stover's here. He's never been here before. And so this live stream accomplished something, you know. It accomplished me getting to meet Brad Stover. And I can't even count the number of years that I've been waiting for that to happen. Desperate, desperate to meet Brad Stover. So, I guess you could say that I'm a little less gacked out today than I have been. A little less inclined to just yammer indefinitely. But I actually think I might take another half an Adderall. Maybe we'll meet someday. Never say never. Okay, maybe we will. Maybe you'll see me out in the world and you'll say, "Hey, you." I say, "Yeah." And you say, "I don't know what your name is. I don't remember." It's Eric, by the way. But I don't remember. But I recognize you from YouTube. And I'll be like, "Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, I was on mushrooms." Well, gacked out means you're on amphetamines. Yammer is just chatter a bunch, talk. Yammer's a regular word. Gacked out is a word that I made up. But yes, the other night I was on a lot of mushrooms. I wasn't on a lot of mushrooms, but they hit really hard for whatever reason. So I had a wonderful time tripping on mushrooms the other day. I haven't done acid since I lived in Laverne about 5 years ago. Acid's a little scary for me because, you know, its dosage is in micrograms, right? So if you get a piece of paper that's got a gram of acid on it, as a tab or whatever, you're going to be just tripping balls for way too long. It's going to be scary. So that's why I prefer mushrooms. However, I will say this that I mean, they wouldn't even work right now. I just tripped the other day, so you got to give it a week or so. Um, yeah, it is scary. And when I was around your age is when I was doing the most acid too. Like, uh, but I had a couple of bad trips. I had a really, really hard trip in college that lasted a long time. And I think after that, I was like, okay, I don't like how unpredictable this stuff is. Mushrooms are chill though. It's kind of hard to have a bad trip on mushrooms. And as far as psychedelics go, maybe my favorite psychedelic, probably my favorite psychedelic is DMT. DMT is great, but it's hard to get. Zane is 17. Everyone who I know has tried weed but me. Well, that's good, Zane. I mean, you don't want to get into these things. Yeah, DMT is great. I don't have those kind of uh, I don't have the same kind of experience on it that some people do. Like I don't see elves and shit like that. But I don't have any DMT email aspects. I wish I did. There was this time stretch. There was a time period when I was in Arcadia when I did have DMT, and there are plenty of streams where I'm on DMT. The thing about DMT is it doesn't last very long, but it lasts like 45 minutes or so if you hit it hard. Um, but it feels like longer than 45 minutes. Time really slows down on DMT. It's just super chill. It's super serotonin-y. Like the first stage of any DMT trip is getting under a blanket. The only DMT I want to try is smoking it right off the road in a tropical rainforest. Do you do you get DMT from tropical rainforests? I mean, what does a rainforest have to do with DMT? I think I already have a bit of an addictive personality, like smoking, nicotine, or working out. Oh, off the road. Oh, the toad kind of DMT. Oh, you want to lick a toad, huh? Those poor toads. Because they make people trip. Everybody wants to lick them. Oh, I see. You got auto corrected, Brad Stover. That's what happened. I understand now. You got auto corrected, then you got auto corrected again, then you got auto corrected a third time until finally you were able to write Toad. Or voice to text. You either voice to texted or you auto corrected. There's a hilarious scene in Cheech and Chong where one eats acid accidentally, and Chong goes, "You just ate the most acid I've ever seen anybody eat in my life. Hope you're not busy for about a month." You think it's normal for ex STP to be addicted to the gym? Um, you know, I think a lot of people can get into habits of working out. Whether they'll describe themselves as addicted to the gym or not, I don't know. I certainly, when I was, it's, and when I was younger, I used to play pickup basketball, and you could say I was addicted to pickup basketball. I played almost every day. Um, Sometimes I would like be just sort of waiting, looking forward to the hour at which people started to play at the pickup place, you know. But I don't think I was addicted to it. I just think that's what I was into at the time, you know. Wow, you go 88. I do appreciate so much your sharing with me the events leading up to your arrival here. Hugo 88 tells us that he just smoked his last rock and was trying to rub one out when I stumbled across your live stream. Could you dunk? No, I could not dunk. I cannot jump at all. I jump like this high off the ground. Brad Stover says, we got tweakers in here. Well, I mean, me sort of. I do take Adderall, and I used to be a meth addict a long time ago. He says he finished smoking it already. Emailed Anthrax. You know, you'd be making a good point if if he had said he was trying to do that concurrently. I probably have low calf insertions if I can't jump high. Okay, I don't know what that means, but uh, I just never could jump very high. Used to be, man. This guy is talking about smoking a rock right now. Right, but I'm talking about me, not him. I'm not. I didn't really answer the question you asked. Do we have any tweakers in here? Instead, I answered the question, Eric, what's your relationship with tweaking? Like my calves are probably close to my knees, I guess, or heels. They seem closer to my knees than heels, but I don't know. I'm 6'5". I'm skinny. Um, just like trying to jump requires a lot of like squat down. Oh, when it comes to twerking, I mean, yeah, I twerk constantly. First I twerk, then I do the thug shake, then I do the gritty, then I twerk again. Yeah, 6'5". So and I remember I never played organized basketball. I only just played pickup basketball. So as a consequence, it's hard to say really whether I was good at basketball because I never played against people who played on teams and stuff, unless they were there playing pickup. But um, but what I can say is that throughout the time I played basketball, I was very good at rebounding because and it's not just because I was tall, and it was despite the fact that I didn't jump very high. It's because I could always like slither between people. I was very hard to box out. Is a good way to put it. Very hard to box out. So, um, okay, I'll do the thug shake for you. All right. So you can all see it. First, let's get the song going that you do the thug shake to. It goes like this. You gotta do the thug shake, you gotta do the thug shake. I do the thug shake. I shake, 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 shake. You do the thug shake, you do the thug shake. Go shake, 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 shake. Okay? That's how you do the thug shake. While you're doing it, you should sing that song. Hi, Natalie. Good day to you, madam, and I hope you are well. Bonjour, Barbie Blanche. Bonjour. Je ne sais quelle heure est-il? Do you find that you are confronting ageism in the workplace as a barrier to getting employment? I'm not looking for employment. Crank that soldier boy. You do the hokey pokey and you turn it all around. Mm-hmm. That's what it is all about. I am well. I do have better moves than Chris Brown. But I want to mention this. Look what I can do with my feet. Is that Chris Brown? I think who sings that. Palestine or Israel? Comment allez-vous? Oh, I don't know how to speak French. I took French way back a long time ago, but then I learned Spanish and it like replaced all the French in my head. Hello, says Palestine or Israel. I don't really like answering this question because my answer is that Israel needs to do needs to stop sustaining control over the Palestinians. Just let them be their own country. And it's bullshit for them to refuse to do so except once conditions have been met. Thanks, so Louis. It is. It's great. My French is fantastic. El autobus. Le plage. C'est l'hiver en français. À la plage. Omelette du fromage. Omelette du fromage is cheese omelet in French, for those who don't know. Trust me, intuition. Natalie's an ENFP. Zane, I don't trust your intuition about that. I have no reason whatsoever to believe Natalie is any particular type. I have totally inadequate data to even remotely speculate regarding that. All I've ever heard her say is hello and stuff. How can I draw any conclusions from that? The answer? I couldn't. I couldn't, I wouldn't, I shouldn't, I won't. Do you guys think that I'll ever be elected Pope? I don't want to be Pope, but I'm afraid they'll elect me anyway. How much should I be worried about this? Oh, kitty. Why are you such a pain in the ass? You want to move your plate closer? Oh, yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Oh, yeah. What a good kid. The goodness of your kittyhood makes Daddy know and love. Oh, yeah. Daddy lives. And Daddy lives. And Daddy pets. And Daddy cares. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. And Daddy pets. And Daddy cares. I guess that's why they call it the blues. Let's see. All right, man. I'm going to head out of here. You have yourself a blessed day. I will. I can't really read this very well because I don't have my glasses. Bro, is your cat eating weed? No, he's eating cat food. He's eating Iams. Iams brand cat food. Even if I tried to feed my cats weed, I don't think they'd eat it like that. They're like, okay, I guess this is my food now. I'll just eat it all up. No. First of all, I wouldn't want my cat to eat weed. I'm not trying to get my cats high. But more importantly, what cat would so enthusiastically eat a plate of weed? Coffee tastes good. All right, let's return to the room with the TV where you can see things. I mean, I see things just fine. When I look around, I just see things as clear as day. Thanks, Natalie. I see things as clear as day. But when I try to read words on my phone, I may as well have no eyes at all. Squirrel, let me tell you something. Here's the answer I give to anybody who asks me if they can ask me a question. Anybody can ask anybody a question anytime. The person who's being asked a question has no obligation to answer. Zane's right about that. Well, that's what I would tell my debaters to say. If their opponent, and this is only in crossfire, which is in public forum, doesn't happen in cross-X, but in crossfire in public forum, I'd say if somebody asks you, can I have the first question, which a lot of people did, say yes, and you just used it, and then ask your question. Should Natalie take the 16 personalities test? Go for it, Natalie, for fun. Okay. Zane does not know already. How could he possibly know? Hero Lamb says, it's not that fun, too long too. It's like an exam, but you don't get paid. Are any tests even semi-reliable for attempting to type others? I've never taken Sarcanova before, but I've not encountered any test that is. And based on what I know about how to type people, what works, what's necessary, where certain answers can be deceiving, etc. My take on it is it's still more art than science in some sense, or as much art as science. And so the only way to successfully type somebody is to basically do it the way that I do it, to talk to somebody for an hour and take the time to figure it out. With Elaine, it took longer than that to figure it out. What's the best piece of advice that you would like to impart to the world? It's a great question, Soulless of Lyra. And it's a question I often ask people when I type them. I say, pretend that you have international mic power, which is you have the mic for 30 seconds. Whatever you say will be translated into every language and put into everybody's ears. What advice do you have for the world? That's the way I ask the question. But to answer the question, well, if I only had like one thing to say, just one thing to say, you when I say one thing to say, I mean you can express one idea. Hi, Caroline. Hi, Jeremiah Fix. You can express one idea. Obviously, you can use more than one word. Well, what I would say, if I only had one thing to say, is there's nothing wrong with you. But that's not exactly advice, right? That's an observation. Maybe it's reassurance. As far as advice goes, uh, I mean, at the moment, I'm I'm a little enamored with Richard Simmons' advice, which is like yourself, love yourself, But I prefer to express as like yourself. Here comes Azura again. Azura is very, very interested in my relationship with BBC. Don't let other people tell you there's anything wrong with you. That's I mean, that's not terrible advice. That's not a terrible way to put that in and frame it, restate it such that it is advice, except it's advice you can't really follow. You can't control what other people tell you, right? No. To answer the question simply, is there a no? I am not interested in that at all. I just I don't know why I didn't just answer the question initially rather than be like, oh, this guy. How do you differentiate NE and SE in conversation? Well, I don't think you necessarily do differentiate it in conversation. If you're not explicitly trying to determine um, whether what somebody's type is, then you're going to be limited in how much you can conclude from just naturally talking to somebody. Sometimes it'll be obvious, but not always, right? Uh, People have different expressions of the same type, depending on particular experience. Somebody's who say an ENTP like me, but who grew up in an environment that did not encourage his ideation, actively discouraged it, an environment that made it such that attaining results on third slot FE required him to bite his tongue a lot. He may not be nearly as effusive as I am in communication as an adult. He might be more careful, It says ENFJT. Nobody knows what that means either, Natalie, that T thing. But ENFJs, they're very decoupled from their experience. What's my job? Well, I don't have a job, but I'm in the process of getting a income property ready for renting out. Then Rachel and I will, once that starts up, we'll have to uh, basically be maids, go clean after people's day, change the linens, wash them, and stuff like that. Then put them back on the bed and stuff like that. ENFJ equals every Disney princess and every cool villain. Hi, Blue Elvis. I'm not a doctor. Dr. Strauss was my father. My job used to be as a competition debate coach, and I also do type people, but it's not really I get paid for it, but I don't work often enough to call it any kind of a job, really. And the question is, am I working right now? Because Oprah Winfrey is a ENFJ, Natalie. She's probably one of the most famous ENFJs. So, like, no, it just fell apart. I got in this horrible relationship with this woman, and it just, I basically just said, okay, well, we aren't, uh, we don't have classes this upcoming semester because it was in such upheaval. I just didn't have the shit ready to start it and stuff, and so I just kind of ended it abruptly. It's not something like that. Something like that is not something you can sell, because the reason the debate school has any value at all is because you saw the autonomy Facebook page. That's funny. Um, I gotta stop looking at the chat for a second because I keep getting distracted by other things and failing to answer the question I'm answering or say the thing I'm trying to say or whatever. So yeah, but after I ended that, I still worked with clients solo, So I just didn't have a formal team, class, whatever. Oh no, don't be sorry. That's great. I think it's great that you looked at it. On my computer here, maybe on Google Drive or Google Photos. I'm not sure where. I might have it in multiple places, but I've got this folder of old debate photos from years at Rodeo, and that's those things. Oh God. Oh. Don't even get me started on that. See how distracted I am? See how distracted I am? I got this folder somewhere with all these debate photos from like Rodeo, Kudos, Autonomy. Right? Probably doesn't include Autonomy photos. But occasionally I like to look at it, go back, look through it, and be like, oh yeah, I remember that kid. I remember that tournament. What topic did we do? It's cool. Yeah, well, Natalie, I wouldn't put any weight at all on that test. Okay. It's conceivable you're an ENFJ, but if so, that test called you that more or less purely out of luck. That test is completely unreliable. Like, one question I would ask you to see if this is at least consistent with ENFJ or not is, how much do you identify with the experience, with the idea that you're held back by your past and you need to let your past go to get over things and just move on forward? Alex Blaze, I don't think I remember you. Argenis Morales, this channel is about a ton of different things. Hulk Hogan tights. When you're going to make a joke like that, Sure. What I said is, do you identify with the statement that if you're feeling troubled or whatever, you need to let your past go, leave your past behind you, and move forward. Uh, Hulk Hogan's tights. If you're going to make that joke, you need to get it right, or else you look really dumb. It's called fetal alcohol syndrome. It's not alcohol fetal syndrome. And if you say it that way, then it sounds like you have fetal alcohol syndrome, not me. So, you know, you got to get it right. Next time, I like the joke. I think it's a good way to come in and shit on somebody's face, but you got to get it right, or else it's not gonna work. Now I can't read the chat, of course, so I'll just stand here and muse. I'll muse about this, and I'll muse about that. I'll muse about then, and I'll muse about that. I'll muse about what, and I'll muse about hat. That's what I'll do today. It's so bright out here because the sun is reflecting off the snow. I'm getting snow blind. The world's fastest case of snow blindness. That's one thing that I try to protect myself from by not going outside very much. Like, I'm unlikely to get sun exposure induced skin cancers. Why? Well, I don't go outside very much. I'm unlikely to be killed by a hawk diving from the sky and piercing my eyeball with its talons. Why? Because I don't go outside that much. I'm unlikely to be mauled by a deer. Why? Because I don't go outside that much. So am I low-key working right now? I suppose I am. In some sense. I mean, you can't measure whether or not you have worked, but whether or not work has gotten done, I don't think. Because you can work on something along the wrong path, Like you can put something together and have missed putting this piece in at step 2, which you needed to do before you did steps 3, 4 through 20, right? And then you might be like, get step 18 and realize, oh shit, I had to put this in back at step 2. Now you've done a lot of work, but you haven't gotten any work done because you have to pull apart all those things again and start over essentially. So you can't really determine whether or not you have worked by determining whether or not you have gotten work done. So accordingly, the question of whether or not I am low-key working right now can't be predicated simply upon the results after the fact. One imagines that if one's going to consider this working, then it's going to have some kind of, you have to be working towards something, and the tangible marker of, in this case, would be like adding subs. Sure, it's going to be making a teeny bit of money too, because I started monetizing my live streams. I didn't used to, but I do now, and so a lot of them end up being on limited ads because something they deem inappropriate or whatever. So, but even if they weren't, I'd still only be making a tiny bit of money in terms of ad revenue. There's that as well. But ultimately for me, at least right now, the reason besides just it's what I do for live streaming, the thing that might conceivably make it work rather than just me fucking around would be the reality that it might add more subs. Because one imagines that uh, there's a linkage in terms of views long term that happens with quantity of subs, especially regarding what I'm doing. Because if I'm vertically live streaming and you're subscribed, then and you're on a shorts feed or whatever, then this might appear in your shorts feed. And unlike other shorts, you might decide to attend the live stream, watch it for a while, right? So, in that regard, I think subs from vertical live streaming are potentially the best kind of subs imaginable, the best kind of subs you could possibly get. If you get subs for your uploaded videos, then it may or may not make your videos more likely to appear in someone's recommended videos, which are now down at the bottom underneath the video anyway. So I don't like that. I think that I liked it better when they were on the side, the recommended videos. But I know that when I'm sort of following a rabbit hole of recommended videos, it they the videos that it shows as recommendations are of similar kind to the ones you were just been watching, right? Whereas if you're, say, on a shorts feed, it's much more likely to be significant if you have a subscriber because you'll appear in that feed, and because it's a live stream, you have the capacity to possess their attention for much longer than than any other short that's not a live stream on the feed, right? I haven't really thought it all out yet, but I've been thinking about it, and it could be that, depending on how things play out, that this change to verticality, inclusion of lives in the shorts feed, is a complete game changer for me. It could be, but it remains to be seen. It's just like there's this other big factor, which is amount of time and effort it takes to make a video. So I enjoy Desert Drifter, and he puts out videos fairly often, and he gets a fair amount of views on those videos. But there's quite a bit of production in making them. You know, he has a drone, he's got a nice camera, he goes out hiking in these beautiful desert places like in Utah and stuff. He gets great footage. He visits Indian cave dwellings and stuff, finds pieces of pottery and stuff like that. It's very soothing to watch. I find it relaxing and peaceful. He's almost certainly an ISFP. He doesn't talk much, you know. Things he says are very straightforward things, and it really suits the whole vibe of the show, you know, the videos. But anyway, the thing is, he has obviously a lot more subscribers than I do, and he gets good views on those videos. But in order to, and I'm sure it's also the case that a much higher percentage of his subscriber base returns for those videos than most people as well, because they are what they are. He can do them consistently. They're variations of the same idea, but it's new spots, and there's plenty of spots in the world to go to. So there you have it. And I guess he lives around there somewhere because he's got easy enough access to all this cool looking national park, deserty, Desert Monuments National Park, or wherever he is. I don't know. So the thing is, for him, he's got a good setup going. He's got a good concept, good repeatable concept, but it still is the case that he's never going to put out more than like one video a week because he's doing work, right? He's actually working. So Ryan says, is there money in live streaming? Historically, absolutely not. and there still isn't for me right now. But things are changing for me. Things are so dynamically changing at the moment that it's hard for me to answer uh, decisive questions regarding that, because this shift to including vertical live streaming in the vertical short in the shorts feed has switched my channel from one that is completely stagnant, even though I produced lots of content, it never grew, into one that is growing and feels like alive and dynamic, you know? Well, the guy just picks up a pottery shard and then puts it back exactly where he got it. He's very, I guess, archaeologically respectful. So, anyway, the the point of all of this is that for me this doesn't feel like work. Okay, it's what I would do right now, even if I were still completely stagnant. I would be probably doing this, talking to the same, you know, 12 of the same total 30 people that I always do. Some of whom are here now, like Hero Lamb, Show Media. Zane's been around for a while. But the rest of you here are brand new, and that's amazing. Howie X, hello. How are you today? I hope the day brings you good fortune. Like Blue Elvis is new, Howie X is new, Natalie is new, but I've seen all three of these people here before. So they came here at some point and decided to come back, and that's just amazing. And Blue Elvis says, "You're my favorite channel. I feel like you're a brother I never had." Well, that's fantastic, Blue Elvis. Thank you so much. So, it's exciting for me, and it makes me consider the question of like, uh, hold on a second. Do I get to count this as work in some way? Now that it's doing something, should I feel better about it? The weather is fine now. It's partly cloudy, most but plenty of sunshine outside. There's snow on the ground, but fingers crossed it melts quickly. I don't. I'll have to leave the house tomorrow to go to town, or not to town. I could go to the other house in the little wilderness car, actually. But I might even need to go to town tomorrow. So I'm hoping the snow melts pretty quickly. Besides, Will Survives. I've never heard of Will Survives. Is that another channel? Miss Red says hello. Hello, Miss Red. And how is your color palette today? How is the palette of reds that makes up your being? You must be popular at Valentine's Day. Natalie says it's really warm where I am. Where is it really warm right now? Are you in the Sahara Desert? Hey, everybody, did you hear? Natalie's from the Sahara Desert. It's pretty chill. Where did you get your LTD from? Eric, I'm going to try to find one of those. I actually got it at the at Mojo Music in Mariposa. Is a used instrument store. They had this, and it cost $500. So it, I'm not much of a gearhead. So like when I moved up here, all of a sudden I could afford instruments if I wanted to. And I did want to, but it still took me, 9 months or something to successfully buy that guitar for $500, that little teeny amp that I got for like less than $100, I think, or $100 at most. And then I bought a bass, which was, I think, also about $500. And and I got a bass cabinet for a couple $100, $300 or something as well. Bass head, bass cabinet. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what I spent on the whole bass setup, but it was under $1,000. And I gotta tell you, the bass I got is amazing. I like this guitar a lot. As far as its tone when it's plugged in, I can get it to sound quite good, even though this amp doesn't really sound that great. But I mean, it sounds fine. It's just a little solid state amp, you know. Uh, but the nice thing about the guitar is it has an EQ on it, so I haven't really done the necessary configuring that I need to. But if I get the EQ set up properly, I can get the guitar to sound such that my and Rachel voices have kind of a little more space to in the frequency range so it doesn't compete with the guitar as much. And then that's what I'm really looking for is a good sound in total. You know, I want to EQ it like a multi-track kind of in some sense. So okay, snowstorm in Northern California, right? I am in Central California, but yes, there was a snowstorm, and I can show you the snow. I will again once I go outside for a cigarette. It's all over the front yard and stuff. Big Money E says showing love from San Diego, California, square, square, square. Well, love right back at you from Yosemite, California. Circle, rectangle, triangle. Your old buddy Gallo. Vincent Gallo, what about him? Do I go live every day? Pretty much. Not every day, but mostly every day. I mean, yeah, it'll be a rare day that I don't go live at all. Even during Sleepy Week, I might not go live a day or two during Sleepy Week, but even then, I usually go live for like an hour or 2 hours or something. Fishman pickups are best and Shadow P7. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even know how to begin replacing the pickup on this because it's not visible to me. It's inside the guitar, I guess. There must be tons of classic cars in California. Well, it is the case that that we have a classic car show here in Mariposa a couple times a year, I think. And there's okay, Isaiah Rude. You gotta let me think about that. I mean, you gotta let me think about that. Big fan of 67 vetted and 55 vets and 55 Chevys. You know, I have a couple of shorts up on my channel from the classic car show. Uh, there were a lot of cool cars there. What's your favorite coffee and do you like vanilla caramel creamer? My favorite coffee is whatever coffee we have that I make. You know, I haven't selected coffee from the store in a long time because I brought with me from my dad's house a shit ton of coffee that he had. He always bought it when it was on sale, so he had many, many bags of it. But when I do start buying my own coffee again, which won't be that long from now, we're running out of it. Then I'll have to make that determination. Uh, I'm certainly open to suggestions. We do drink a lot of coffee. I don't use vanilla creamer. I use non-dairy creamer. Well, I don't like flavored creamers, but I have a dream of making a cup of coffee that I call my sweet six cream party. And it would have non-dairy creamer, heavy cream or whipping cream, uh, oat milk, um, almond milk, soy milk. And there's one other cream that I'm forgetting about. Maybe just regular milk, possibly, or I'm forgetting about one of them. But the sweet six cream party is uh, is my dream cup of coffee. Of course, what you want is extremely, very strong coffee. Fill it about half up, and then you put in a little bit of each of your six creams. Gallo sells guitar and guitar pickups and such on eBay. He's a collector. Hmm. Well, I'm not a collector. I am not a gearhead at all. Because, I don't know, it just seems like that's one of the reasons why I like this guitar. It doesn't have any knobs on the front of it. I don't want that many choices. Just I just want to pick up the guitar and play it. I don't want to have to think about it. Maybe that's dumb of me, but that's how I feel about it. What I would love is to. I already did the thug shake earlier. Rock X. You're gonna have to rewind or something and find it. Wait, Ion. Think hyperfixation is the right word, but WTV. I don't think hyperfixation is the right word, but whatever. That's what WTV means, is whatever. Lamau. He's apparently obsessed with stuff like the knob being just right, etc. What would your advice be to a level 1, 2 hoarder collector? How do you get rid of stuff? I'm trying to downsize. I just get emotional attachment to ridiculous items. It's hard for me to give advice about that because that what you're describing is so foreign to me. I hate physical objects. They're just clutter to me. You know, I inherited a house just totally full of stuff. Some cool, some not. I just didn't even sift through it at all. Just like, come in here, people from the like, you inherited a bunch of shit company, and take it all away and sell it and give me my cut. I just don't even want to deal with it. So having no capacity to identify with what you're talking about at all, it makes it difficult for me to give any advice about it. I don't have to like I don't have to come to terms with getting rid of this thing. I'm much more likely to throw away something that I wish I later wish I didn't throw away because I needed it. No, case 33. I'm not. I'm what's called a little bit of an unusual sexual identification. I'm what's known as a heterosexual, and it makes me kind of weird because I like people who are the other sex from me rather than the same one. Same makes more sense. I get it. Guys are similar to guys. They should naturally be together, but I can't help the direction my penis points. I'm a Pepsi sexual is right. Thank you, show media. I am a Pepsi sexual. I got this, obviously, at the Pepsi store, which is right next door to the baking soda store. I was remembering this morning and enjoying the concept of the baking soda store, where it's kind of like the Apple store, where they don't really sell anything. They just have like display models of baking soda. And they're really just there to sort of promote baking soda. Left and right, Isaiah Rude? Well, cool. That means that if you just wait for the pendulum at the right moment, you can always go every direction. I have to get wherever I'm going by always going left. So it's tricky. It's like car racing. Have I ever been outside the USA? Yes, many times I have. I have been to Austria, to England, to Russia, to China, to Taiwan, to Canada, to Mexico, to Italy. I've been to the airport in Finland. Yeah, Blue Elvis's penis, instead of going like this, it goes like this. And the woman has to mount diagonally. I've never been to Congo. No, never been to Africa. I never really been, and I don't want to go. I like the Bugatti Veyrob. Is that a motorcycle? Natalie asks why we were talking about dicks. Well, I believe that I was asked the question if I was gay. So, what could be gayer than talking about penises? I don't want to be a homophobe. Hmm. Yeah, I've been to Hawaii. Am I with Palestine or Israel? I'm not with either of them. I assert and affirm that Israel needs to let Palestine be its own country, and that they can't justly set terms by which under which they will do that. Howie X says you can't push your rights. Okay, rights are rights. You either exercise them or you don't. You either push nor pull them. Okay. If you're saying in some fashion that gays are pushing for special privileges, then that would be a different statement. And I'd say, okay, well, what special privileges are they pushing for? Biden called Pete Buttigieg Secretary Booth Juice. Booty Juice. It's a great nickname for him. Yeah, war is bad, okay? Well, and Howie X, I don't find that that's the solution that anybody uses. And instead of there being 3 bathrooms, now in lots of places, the bathrooms just say any gender on them. We just have like anybody go in here. We're not separating them anymore. Now that's for bathrooms that you have like one bathroom and you can lock the door, right? It doesn't work that way for public restrooms. But I've not encountered public restrooms that have 3 different restrooms before. Have you? I've never encountered that. Gays should get diplomatic immunity. What are you doing? I'm murdering these people. You're under arrest. Sorry, I'm gay. I've got diplomatic immunity. All this gender equality has fried my brain. I mean, I, the thing that I always come back to when dealing with issues of gender is, are you actually experiencing something that makes you care about this? Or are you just getting caught up in the idea that it matters? I have yet to see anybody who cares about this because it actually impacts their life in some way. I mean, why don't we just care about things that matter instead? And that's one to grow on. I mean, there's more good reason to care about the border than gender. And Social Security is, I mean, obviously that system really isn't working very well anymore, and it doesn't it doesn't have long-term financial viability if you look at the numbers. So something needs to be done about it one way or the other. But I have I am un I am undecided on whether Social Security is really a good thing at all. You know, remember that you're getting money taken from your paycheck every month for Social Security, whereas if you are operating as a corporation, you are not having that money taken out. So it's not a equally applied tax. My boyfriend wants to call. Well, you should tell him, okay, boyfriend, you may call me. Can you imagine how Europeans fought for California? Now Mexicans getting it back. Mexico's not taking over California. Are you reading the same news that I am? I don't remember hearing anything about the Mexican army invading California. Yeah, there's a lot of Mexicans in California. My daughter's a quarter Mexican. My ex-wife, with whom I had my daughter, she's half Mexican. Her mom was straight up Mexican from Michoacan, and her dad was a Vietnam War veteran from West Virginia, who traveled to Mexico, sort of selected a Mexican peasant wife, learned Spanish, and came back to America, married her, and etc. That's ridiculous. California is very diverse. When I was in Arcadia, it was um, all Asian. If you look at my debate page on Facebook, like Blue Elvis did, you'll see that all my students were Asians. Anyway, my first wife was half Mexican. My second wife was all Mexican, but later generation Mexican. Like uh, her parents were second generation. She was third generation. And like I said, my daughter's a quarter Mexican. I am not racist at all. So even though I think that we should have border security, in other words, there shouldn't be any people crossing the border illegally. We should be able to enforce our immigration laws, right? Regardless of whether you think they should be immigration laws that encourage a lot of immigration or are very tight immigration laws that discourage immigration, regardless, everybody should agree that we should be able to actually enforce our immigration laws. I am not Navajo today. I sometimes am, because I am fluidly transracial, but not today. Today I'm actually Portuguese, which means I have an unquenchable desire to conquer Brazil. So here's the snow, for those of you who haven't seen it yet. We do have a lot of snow here today, because it snowed a lot last night. It does look like it's melting pretty quickly. I don't think I'm going to have to do a lot of shoveling, just up at the end of the driveway where the snowplow comes by and pushes these big lumps of snow. I'll have to shovel that out of the way, but the top of the driveway over here is already melting, so cool. Hopefully, I could get out this way with a little wilderness car right now. I don't even need to go into town tomorrow. I just need to go down the street to the other house, and I can do that in the little wilderness car. And it's funny, last night I was streaming and I went into the garage. Someone asked me to show him my man cave. I said, well, I don't really have a man cave, but and show you the garage. And he said, "Oh, let's take out the ATV." I'm like, I don't have any ATVs because I was thinking about those four-wheel things you ride around on, the quads. But then I realized, oh, he's talking about my little wilderness car. Yes, that is actually an all-terrain vehicle, but I would never call it an ATV, you know? If I want to refer to it as something other than the little wilderness car, I'll call it the Kawasaki Mule or the Mule. But I almost never refer to it as that. It's always little wilderness car, pretty much, or LWC if I'm feeling saucy. That stands for little wilderness car. And sometimes when I go in there and look at it, I sing, "Oh, my little wilderness car, yeah, my little wilderness car, meow 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 meow, meow 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 meow." You know that song, Little Wilderness Car? It does seem to be still occasionally dropping some snowflakes and stuff. They're not at the moment. We are overcast at the moment. You know, it's like you can't see the sun anymore. And they did say we would get snow/rain up through 5 p.m. today, but so far I haven't found that to be the case. It's been mostly not precipitating today. Although I was asleep for a good 4 hours before I started the stream. I see a mosquito. Yeah, we're getting back into bug season. Although the beat goes on. I'll be back inside momentarily to engage with your chats. I didn't bring my glasses, but that's par for the course at this point. Not even gonna bust my chops about it. I think I'll return to the topic of advice you give the world. And I said in response to it, there's nothing wrong with you. But then said, well, that's not really advice. And then Sean Al tried to construct it into a piece of advice by saying, okay, well, how about don't let other people tell you there's something wrong with you. And I said, well, that's not really advice you can follow, right? You can't control what other people say to you. So if you were to construct that into advice rather than sort of an observation, it, I guess, would be don't try to fix parts of you until and unless you understand clearly and on your own why it needs to be fixed or something. But that's a difficult piece of advice to give. I don't know. Let's hear from anybody who has any thoughts about how do you change there's nothing wrong with you into a piece of advice. I guess maybe just put the word believe in front of it. You believe. Believe there's nothing wrong with you. That doesn't really universalize, of course, because sometimes there is something wrong with a person. But still, I think it's the advice that most people most need to hear. And it's not advice, it's just they need to be told there's nothing wrong with you. You put it as recognize that most critique from others is ontological assault that should be ignored. That would be one way to put the sentence: don't listen to others who tell you that there's something wrong with you. It should be ignored or actively negated, potentially. It's not always the case that you should ignore everybody who tells you there's something wrong with you. Sometimes you should push back. Of course, not everybody's a fighter. So for them, it's probably safe to say ignore. But and I'm not convinced at all that everybody should sometimes be a fighter. Um, People who should be fighters at all should always be fighters when they should be fighters. But not everybody should be a fighter, and not all fighters should always fight. And by fight here, I don't mean physical altercation, obviously. I mean pushing back verbally, asserting truth that defies what you're being told. Well, look what I did with my feet. To quote Chris Brown, I think, look what I can do with my feet. I made this. It's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-toed Bigfoot came by my house. Yes, I made snow art while I was sitting here musing. How are you doing, Chain Matage? I'm doing fine, won't you go in garage? So I don't know who Rachel's talking to. She's talking to some lady about astrology right now. She's been, I guess, sort of giving her an astrology reading, I think. She's been talking to her for a long time. Her alarm just went off. I don't know why. You can't put a shadow in your pocket unless you ignore the sun. I like that. Owner I Demir says, "Hi, gay man. I'm actually not a gay man, but I am in a gay couple. My wife, a woman, and I do a lot of gay couple stuff. Do I like Armenian people? I don't have any. I don't. I treat individuals like individuals, not representatives of some group. I had an Armenian. I had one quite good Armenian speech girl who did perform quite well in her speech events, and her name was Diana Agdashian. I had quite a few Armenians in when I worked at Rodeo. It was a school that a lot of people who lived in Glendale sent their kids to, and Glendale has a big Armenian population. Natalie's 14. I figured she was young. Take it slow, Natalie, in life in general. Good advice, While you're 14, don't trust your own judgment very much. Okay, my daughter was 14 at one point, and she had a lot of faith in her own judgment, but didn't necessarily make good choices. I could only do so much as her father to help her to slow down and be more careful, make wiser choices. Of course, she's fine. She's 25. She's grown into a wonderful young woman, and she seems very happy with her life. And she's now in a long-term relationship with a very boring boyfriend. She had some rough relationships early on with some horrible people, really. Anyway, you should be aware, Natalie, that even though uh, this is this is a very righteous channel where you're not going to be led astray to immoral moral things. Like I'm not gonna, I'm not a bad role model for kids or whatever, but it's also not necessarily always age appropriate. Just be forewarned regarding that. I'll leave it up to you and your own judgment as to whether you care. No, I wouldn't chop off the hands of a thief. That's barbaric. Of course not. That's not proportional to the crime at all, first of all. And maiming is one of those things that's always wrong. It's never an appropriate punishment to maim somebody. I'm sure Natalie, this is exactly what Natalie wants. A bunch of older males telling her to keep her pants on, you know? You tend to drugs, stay in school, be chaste. I'm from Belgium. Where are y'all from? I'm from California, Yosemite. Okay, well, that's fine, Natalie. I certainly am not going to kick you out or anything. I would never do that. But, you know, a fair number of my live streams do get age restricted ultimately because of jokes and stuff I'm making, you know. Jeremiah Fix, just leave it be. Okay. Do I think America is fucked as a society? No, I don't. And I don't appreciate your groupism, okay? So I will say to you the same thing I say to everybody who expresses concern about this. Unless you can point to transgender people somehow impacting your life directly, why the fuck do you care? Natalie, I don't think it's a good idea to try to tell your significant other what they should do, like try to get them to stop vaping or whatever. Learn right now and come to accept that if there are things about your significant other that you want to change, then you need to either adjust so that you don't want to change them or get with somebody different. Because no good relationship is predicated on one party needing to change the other one. Parades are too much, though. Guys in Speedos is gross. Well, I mean, Howie X, let's be honest. There aren't any good parades. There are no good parades, let's be honest. My area was indeed hit by a fair amount of snowstorm. You don't need to ask questions twice. Can we talk about basic things like how beautiful life is? Life's very beautiful for me right now. I'm really enjoying being alive. I'm enjoying getting up. I'm enjoying live streaming. I'm enjoying listening to my wife have a delightful conversation that she's clearly enjoying a great deal. I don't know who it's with, but we're talking astrology stuff, and I love the fact that walk out this morning and my front yard is this gorgeous bunch of trees and with snow on them, and you know the sun peeking through the clouds. It was just gorgeous out this morning, and right. Well, Chanel, that's perfectly reasonable. If your problem with him smoking is because he's not being respectful of your airspace, then that's a perfectly reasonable complaint. Because instead of then you wanting him to be different, it's you're addressing a specific behavior. Vaping as an ongoing behavior is not a specific behavior that you can address. I mean, are you traumatized by watching diving in the Olympics, Howie X? Or swimming? Have you ever watched swimming in the Olympics? Does that traumatize you as well? Is this the sight of a manly bulge? Does it scar your eyes that much? I wonder. You seem like you've been through a lot and deserve a time and blessing, Eric. Well, thanks, Blue Elvis. I think that, to be honest, I've lived a life largely where it's like a bowling lane with bumpers on the side. I seem to be kind of Teflon. My mistakes from earlier in life, even nowadays, maybe, like, life will give me a warning punishment to make sure I understand that could have ended in disaster. Vaping is so bad for secondhand people that it damages the lungs in so many medical ways. Well, we are enjoying watching you because you talk good shit and because you're a sexy guy. Fire. Well, thanks, Alexandre. I don't know where this comes from because there you could say a lot of different things about me. But if you were going to objectively list things that I am, I just cannot imagine sexy being very high on that list. I'm just not a very uh, sexual, physical person in general. I obviously love having sex with Rachel. It's not by accident that I got a hot young wife, but it's not on my mind in between instances of intercourse. Do I like Mac Dre? I don't know who Mac Dre is. If it's some sort of rapper, I can tell you the two rappers that I'm into right now are Baby No Money and what's his name? Prof. I'm hotter than the sun. That's pretty hot. Maybe I should cool off a little. Do I live by a nudist beach? No. I don't live by any beach. I don't like the beach. I don't like the beach because it's sandy. You get sticky if you go in the ocean and then you get sand on you and your feet feel all dusty and awful. And then you go to wash yourself off in that little shower and it's like as soon as you step out of the shower, you get sand all over you again. There's no shade. I don't like it. Well, all of a sudden, apparently, it must be. I just started using Maybelline. That must be it. It's really bringing out my meow. I am seeing that. Your questions. Yeah, I see what you're saying. For sure. Most important info for younger people. Avoid making big life changing decisions. Uh, meow, 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 meow. Like, unless your big decision and your big course of action is linked to some sort of productive goal, go for it in that case. Although be careful about goals that include college and get it going into debt, right? But you might end up wanting to do that, and that's not necessarily the bad choice. But avoid big things like, you know, I'm gonna get face tattoos, and I'm gonna get married at 18, and uh, I know, I'll go live with this cult. Things like that. Avoid things like that, okay? I'm going to be reckless and injure myself so I'm paralyzed for the rest of my life. Avoid things like that. That's the most universalizable advice I can give to young people. Now, if you're just talking about younger people, like what advice do I have for 45-year-olds? Well, they are younger than me. But I don't necessarily have any advice for them. Would you quit your job if you were unhappy? Hypothetically, I know you're retired. Well, it was the case that when I was working at Kudos Debate School, I was the director of that school. I had a conflict with my boss. I did not back down. I got my way, and then she breached contract, manufactured some bullshit to fire me, and fired me. And then I started my own school and said, fuck you, and beat her stupid ass school. Um, but that was, it's like in that instance, I knew that I could go solo anytime and immediately get plenty of clients because Kudos had plastered my face all over their mailers and sent it to all the Chinese people in the San Gabriel Valley. So I knew I would have no problem uh, having my own school. I just wasn't interested in really all that hassle and work and stuff. I was content in my position. I just needed her to make some concessions of stuff I wanted. So she didn't, and I like put my foot down, and anyway, it ended up resulting in me getting fired. And then yeah, I started autonomy debate school as soon as that happened. So I started my own business. I ran that for a few years, but then it just fell apart kind of. I just there was one summer that I didn't do all the work I needed to do for the upcoming fall semester. And so like I didn't do the advertising stuff, mailing stuff and or emailing stuff, informing people, calling clients. I didn't do all the stuff that I needed to do to to even start the fall semester. So I just kind of like told people, no, I'm not running it this semester. And then I never picked it up again as an official school. I continued working as a coach um, solo. I still had a fair number of clients, but I worked with them one at a time, go to their house or whatever. You got fired a lot? I think that's the only time I got fired. I got riffed one time from the county, which is to say, stands for reduction in force. The county laid off all the teachers who had emergency credentials, which I was one of them. Well, that's not really getting fired. I was fine with it. I didn't care. I didn't like that job very much. I disliked it, you might say. Well, Sunday evening, huh? I I've not heard that before. I don't know any hookers. I want to be a CEO of a business when I'm able to get a job. You want to just start right away as CEO, huh? Well, Natalie, you better get your MBA then, at the very least. Your Master's of Business Administration. Yeah, being an executive is a lot of work. When I was director, I mean, it's not CEO of a big company or whatever, but I was director of a fairly booming debate business, booming enough that I went to China to open up a branch in China. I went to Taiwan to set the table for opening a branch there, which never ended up happening. Hello from Chechnya. Hello from California of America. That's how I should describe where I live. Mariposa of California of America. Anyway, I don't know about you, Adam, Marcio, but I might be low key working right now. Howie X likes the Chinese because they make good die-cast cars. Taiwan was great. China was horrible. I'm from US and A. You have a house in Mariposa? Do you? What part of Mariposa? What part of Mariposa are you in? You mean like in town? Mid Pines? Where? Eric wants to know. Eric wants to know. Eric wants to know where Mariposa go. Is it a vacation home? I think I'm an ISTJ, and I once again feel stupid for changing this. Well, I think you probably are an ISTJ as well, Jeremiah Fix. About 2 miles away from downtown on 7 acres. Nice. I live out in Jerseydale. Needs work. You plan to go up soon to work some? We've got to at least meet for a cup of coffee or something if we're both Mariposans. I assume it's your vacation. I mean, would you live in like Fresno or something? Oh, you had a squatter, huh? 7 acres sounds nice. Are you above town? Below town? Down Old Highway? Towards Cathays Valley or towards the Bagby Recreation Area? Which direction from town are you? That's because you don't own those empty buildings, Howie X. If you had a vacation home in Mariposa, you'd probably want, when you return to it after being away for a bit, for it to be as you left it, right? We have a second house down the street that we're getting ready to be a vacation rental. And, you know, if if you're really just 14, Natalie, you can have the kids price of $50 if you want. But I'm not trying to sell you this service at all. All right. I don't necessarily want more work, although I don't mind it. But trust me when I tell you, I am not trying to sell you anything. So if you really want that, you can have the junior's price of $50. But don't feel like I'm even encouraging you to do that because the last thing I want to do is sell something to a kid. No, well, because she's young. I'm not gonna. There should be a kid's price, right? If somebody really wants to. I don't like to discriminate against people just because they're young. I'm not gonna have a rule that says you can't get typed if you're under 18. I've worked with kids my whole career. So, and I also understand that they're kids. They can't afford the same things that adults can, and it's different that it's like implicit to their situation rather than it depends with adults. I'm how is 52 but 14 inside? I'm also about 14 inside. I think that's why I was a good middle school teacher is my sense of humor was very well suited to 14-year-olds. you know, I I used to like to make my classes laugh a lot, and I successfully did so. But I was also not not a not a pushover kind of teacher at all. I could be mean when I needed to. My aunt is a famous artist. She's got like 9 houses and not leaving them to family, just some random ass people. That sucks, Blue Elvis. But I guess it's okay as long as she made that clear to you early on that nobody in the family was going to get anything. If at any point she suggested you would, then that really sucks, you know? I live near Morgan Hill, by the way. It's near Highway 140, just a little ways, about 7 minutes from town. Cool, cool. Yeah, I live in Mariposa Pines, back here in Jersey-Dale. Where I live is an area that's got almost all vacation houses. Most, like, I'm on an acre. Most people are on either, well, it's about split 50-50. Like, some people are on an acre, some people are on half an acre. There might be a few people who are on more than that. My mom stays at home. My dad works with cars and cranes. He's an engineer, I guess. Cars and cranes. Hmm. I hope they're the kind of cranes that are in lakes. She got bamboozled. Bamboozled by whom? I'm certainly not trying to. Uh, I'm certainly not trying to bamboozle her. Cool, JLM. I would love to see your house in Mariposa. You could come see mine. You know, we're both Mariposans. I mean, Mariposa is a great community. It's a cool place, and being a Mariposan makes you a member of a special club in my mind. I love this place. I'm so happy and proud to live here. It's a wonderful community. I'll tell you what, JM. I'll have to see exactly what the markets are like, but from what I can tell, I can get about 200 a night for a 3 bedroom, one bedroom house with approximately 75% occupancy over the course of the year. That's those are the numbers that I'm working from. It could be better or worse than that. I don't, but it should be around that. So, because from what I understand, basically March through September or October, I guess maybe October, is you get more or less full occupancy because it's a popular destination spot and there's not that much lodging available. There's decent number of hotel, motel things, motels really, in town. But as far as condos slash homes that you could stay in, it's low density zoning throughout the county pretty much. Like this is one of the more high density zoned areas is where, and we're on an acre. So um, anyway, this is what it looks like in Mariposa right now. For if you want to see what's going on in the county, we've got snow. Snow on the roof. Not any more snow on the trees. It's all melted. There's a little bit over there. And snow on the wall. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. So, it's great to have this late snowfall here in California. We need the snowpack, you know. We need the high Sierras to have a big snowpack for us to be adequately watered. I don't understand why society is so obsessed with attention. Is that what this says? I'm having trouble reading it because it's very small. I think it says attention. I think what you mean when you say that is why society is obsessed with getting attention? Like people who get attention, giving them attention? That sort of thing? I don't think society is so obsessed with that. I think certain people are very much want attention. I'm one of those people. I want a lot of attention. I believe I have a lot of things to say that are worth hearing. I, but more than that, even, this is just how I'm configured to deal with the world. I want to talk, be heard, engage with people, but um, as the primary provider of ideation in an environment, that's exactly what this is. It's perfect for me, you know? It's like I was made to be a YouTube live streamer. I was born to do this. The only uh, the only reason that heretofore I've never felt like that was a good thing at all is because I've never attained any success by live streaming. I've never gotten subs that way. I've never. Occasionally, I'd make money from super chats or whatever, but I'm not. I'm not judging the success criterion by money, regardless. I'm judging the success criterion by quantity of engagement. I know when this occurs, as hopefully it will someday, that it will include its own set of problems. Like if there were 100 people in the chat here right now, it would be a different experience than when there's 20 and I can more or less get to everything. Uh, but I want that problem, you know. And while it would be a problem in some ways, it's also the case that if I had 100 people chatting here, I'd have many more prompts to work off of. Things that people ask or say that are seem particularly interesting to me, and I have things to say about and want to talk about. Um, I can make do with just about anything, but I enjoy the experience more when I have more chat going on, more to work with, etc. Now, in recent weeks, I've had moments where there have been 50 people watching, maybe even I've hit 60 one time or something, but uh, that's not the same as having, say, 100, staying steady at 100 people and having an equivalent amount of chat going on. So, were that to happen, I think I'd enjoy live streaming even more, and the live stream would be better because I'd be engaging with uh, the things that I wouldn't be able to engage with everything in the chat, and therefore I'd be choosing things to engage, which means it would be more curated in terms of topics that I discuss, questions that I answer, meow meow meow, and presumably something that's more curated is better than something that's less curated, you know. Will I get there? Will that happen? I don't know. I'm not crapping. I mean, that would also be extremely cool because one thing that I have always done and will continue to do is sometimes play guitar on live streams, play songs and stuff. The idea of being able to um, play songs for new people who've never heard me play before, never heard my songs before, that's very pleasing to me, that notion. Because I do think that I don't know if this is too bold a claim to say that I feel like I should be recognized more as a songwriter, or that I should have, I don't know, should such a weird word. It's like the thing is, I'm not offering a product that should be succeeding. In other words, what the product in musically that should succeed or not succeed is a completed, finished, well produced, well mastered, polished track. It's not me playing a song live. I guess I have this strange hope that um, if I could garner enough recognition as an unproduced songwriter, that somehow excellent production would come my way. But that's not a plan, that's just a wish. you know, that's what you could say about me in general, right? If you want to critique me, just say, that's not a plan, that's a wish. Whenever I whenever I suggest any notion of anything happening. All right, let's go check out what the chat's saying so that I can respond to it without straining my eyes so much. The music industry is done. It's a commodity now like cheese and art. Well, the music industry is sort of done. You know, what they have to offer artists is professional level studio with the production stuff done for you, and they have to offer tour planning. If you want to be successful as an artist, you need to really be linked to still a major label at some point, because they're the ones who are going to book you in all the industry venues, set up a tour, manage your YouTube channel, manage your Instagram, make sure that your recordings are manifest in the most professional, good sounding way, etc. Motivation is temporarily disciplined is what to succeed. So Jacksonville Kid says, I listened to a cloned voice of Johnny Cash singing Barbie Girl. Already is a robot music group, by the way, not autonomous, but is there. You got to be advertised like a product for that. Well, I mean, what I see in sort of, because I'm very active in checking out new music, and I regularly go on YouTube new music hunts. I'm 52. Oh no, show media is what Natalie's asking that about, not me. Boiled peanuts are done. Been cooking all day. You boil your own peanuts, Sean L? What an odd thing. Are you from New York? Is that why you like boiled peanuts? So here's the deal regarding AI and stuff. There is no way that, certainly not in my lifetime, that AI can replace me in what I'm doing right now. It might eventually, but it'll take at least 100 years, probably never, I would guess, for AI to be able to do this as a generated person character that's different from every other person character a little bit, at least, so is actually playing as a real person with a real life, and who can engage in real time with what people are saying in sophisticated ways, in ways that are interesting to the audience, and at least in some fashion, I guess, informative about topics they're interested in, life, or whatever, without simply being expository. I'm so happy to hear that, Blue Elvis. That is such a great compliment. So I'm not worried about AI replacing me. in anything that I do because um, it's it's just not capable of that level of sophistication yet or anything close to it. So, I mean, it still remains the case that currently AI is always used as a tool by an actual person, and they're setting a bunch of parameters to make it do what it does. It's not like it's more like a form of programming than it is an independent entity that has intelligence of any sort. What is the one thing you did that no one would believe you did? Hmm. I mean, I don't think I've faced disbelief about anything that I've done when I tell people about it. I mean, maybe the cryptid that I saw. See you, Natalie. Rachel and I saw a strange cryptid crossing the road here in Mariposa one time. It was I can only describe it as a caterpillar, a furry caterpillar that was like this big, crawling along the ground, like as big as a large loaf of bread. Okay, and crawling like a caterpillar across the road. I don't know if you believe me or not. That we definitely saw that. I can understand why somebody would say, "Well, that's not evidence of anything." Sure, that's not really evidence of anything, but I know what we saw. Rachel saw its face. She said it had a flat face. I mean, it was a giant caterpillar, the size of a large loaf of bread. I don't know what else to say about it except that's what it was. It was furry. The fur looked like fur, not like caterpillar spikes or whatever. But some caterpillars have fur that looks like fur. It was brownish. Yeah. I, I don't know what it was. I'm sure there is some explanation for it, but we looked up animals and stuff to see if we could find anything that looked like it, and we couldn't find anything that looked like it. You know, what do you know? What was it? I don't know. You got stung by an asp once? Well, I have a lot of black magic stories from my life. Since I live in a third world country, want to hear about them? Yes, I do. Of course, Card Guru. That's exciting. I love paranormal stuff. I haven't had much of it occur to me, but I love it. So we will let Card Guru type in some exciting stories about the paranormal in a third world country, which, because it's third world, is three times as good as paranormal in a first world country. I've seen a dog sitting in front of houses that doesn't exist. Always the same dog that is transparently bluish. I've chalked it up to mental trauma. Oh, I see. You've seen a dog that doesn't exist sitting in front of houses. That confused me because I thought you saw a dog in front of a house that didn't exist. But instead, it's the dog that doesn't exist. Could be from trauma, could just be a ghost dog. You have a paranormal one from Graceland that happened to me? Ooh, let's hear about it. I love paranormal. And if anybody has ever encountered any aliens, please, I want to know about that as well. I'm hopeful. I still have my fingers crossed. I don't believe in aliens, but I have my fingers crossed that someday aliens are going to come walking down the hill across the street, knock on my door, and ask for a glass of orange juice. Paranormal constipation. Do you have paranormal constipation? You think ghosts are what are making you constipated? Well, this one time I was traveling from my city to another city, and I was driving about 120 miles, and there was one man that kept appearing on the road, and every 5 minutes, I would see him again. So he kept being in front of you, like you'd pass him on the road and go, "Oh, there's the guy, huh?" And then, oh, while you're, wait a second, that's the same guy, but I'm going this way and he was walking this way, like that. That's crazy. I mean, do you think that it was possible that it was just a different guy each time that looked similar and had the same clothes on? That would, in and of itself, be very strange. But so my brother and I went to Graceland, and in view of Elvis Jungle Room, and something knocked my sunglasses off my shirt into the Jungle Room, and they had to shut down the tour and open the Jungle Room. I thought it was Elvis trying to get to the kitchen. Hmm. And I would see him again, and so on and so forth. So I tried to stop the car, and I asked the man, "Who are you, and why do I see you like that? Are you in some cult or something like that?" His answer was, "Oh my God." I'm excited to hear what Car Guru is going to tell us here. Um, well, I did have one ghost experience right before my father's funeral. I was walking from the car to the funeral parlor in Arcadia, and something from the ground grabbed the back of my pant leg and pulled my foot back to the ground. It was weird. Never, that's the only experience I've ever had like that. I thought, what is that, my dad or what? You know? He said, "I'm just a friendly traveler. I will do you no harm if you keep traveling and never look back." And the man was holding a human skull and his body was weird. Wow. Where is my mom? Andrea Naylor? I don't know where your mom is. I don't know who your mom is, and I don't know where she is. I don't know when she was or when she will be. I don't know what she does or how she likes trees. I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Well, you know what, show media, I think that might be asking too much of the Lord, because really you're asking the Lord to control other people's understanding. And I don't think that's fair of you. I don't think the Lord thinks that's fair either. Ba da da da. The animals. 0.0. Point 0. So anyway, then I did my dive, and the judge gave me 0.0. When I asked why, he said, "Because you just fell into the water." Just listened to that last night. You mean that song? I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't make me eat a piece of wood. Tell you, it is delightful. It makes me smile to hear Rachel um, having such a good time with this phone conversation she's having. She's laughing, talking. It's wonderful to hear. Can you hear her in the background? She actually just said, "No, I'm happy this is going on. I'm really enjoying this," or whatever. I don't know who she's talking to, but they've been talking about astrology. You know, uh, your moon is in your planet, is in your sun, is in your solar system. Is meh, meh, meh. No, she's talking to some lady. If it were a dude, I would not be I would not be responding like that to it, right? She just seems to be having a good time having a conversation with an astrology lady. You know, I don't, that doesn't bother me. I'm not worried about that. That's not gonna make me jealous at all. I'm just gonna feel happy for her that she's having a fun time. You know, and if it were a dude, Well, he'd have to sound incredibly fruity for me to be okay with that. Is that's acceptable, right? Fruity's still okay, right? No? What? Homophobic? No. I'm not homophobic. In fact, I don't know if I remember to set the settings, but usually I set the settings on YouTube for the live stream to be homosexuals only. Damn it, Eric. Will you stop leaving partially finished drinks in here? I need to learn to finish my drinks. Okay? It is unacceptable to waste so much drinks. Do you like Roy Orbison? I mean, not particularly. He's fine, you know. Then he's saying, anything you want, you got it. Anything at all, you got it, baby. I think he does sing that. That's what I think with my thinking part. I think that he sings that. Yeah, that's what I think with my thinking part. I think that he sings that. A high junkie? I'm actually not a junkie, but I don't dislike the nickname. Oh, we're a boxer. Eric, the junkie Strauss. Oh, sorry. They may go like, hi, stupid. Yeah, I'm not stupid. I'm like, oh, sorry. I thought you were. You look stupid. I don't look stupid. Oh, sorry. I thought you did. It's fun. I like that game. Game called Oh Sorry. Yeah, I liked him in Traveling Wilburys. Sure. It was fun. Fun little musical project. Guess it involved George Harrison, huh? As well as Roy Orbison and somebody else. Yeah, not a whole hell of a lot going on today. I'm not feeling super ideationally vigorous. Some things I got to do tomorrow. A couple things I have to do. But today, not so much. I watched all my cartoons already, so there's nothing else to watch on Crunchyroll. If I'm not able to read it right now, I will read it when I get back inside. It looks like it says, I've been listening to the Grease soundtrack. I like the Grease soundtrack. I think it's a good album to listen to. I haven't myself listened to it in recent memory, but it's got a lot of good songs on it. You're the one that I want. You're the one that I want. It's a good song. a pretty good movie, really. It's got John Travolta in it. Whoa, I'm Joey Lawrence playing John Travolta. What do you think about casting Joey Lawrence as John Travolta in the John Travolta biopic, Staying a Travolta? That's what the title of my newly planned John Travolta biopic is. I wonder if I could do Joey Lawrence playing John Travolta morphing into Jordan Peterson. Let me give it a shot. Whoa, look at me, I'm dancing. And you gotta slay the dragons, yeah. And clean your room. That's really something, I'm telling you. It really is. It's Joey Lawrence into John Travolta into Jordan Peterson. Okay. So, and then if you want to then go from Jordan Peterson into Kirsten Dunst, well, that's really something, I tell you. You can't just sit around. You can't just. That's how Kirsten Dunst does. She goes like this. Yeah, it's a real skill. Morphing into different celebrities, If you want just non-verbal celebrities, it's easy to do. Kirsten Dunst, like I just did. It's also easy to do without any sound. Axl Rose. Like that, Anybody can tell you that's Axl Rose right there. Happy birthday. Thanks. What age am I? I didn't even know today was my birthday. I was mistakenly under the impression that it's April 27th. Guess I was wrong. It must be March 3rd. They say it's my birthday. Bow now, 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 now. It's your birthday too. Bow, meow, 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 meow. They say it's your birthday. Meow, 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 meow. It's my birthday too. Meow, 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 meow. 'Cause we're going to a party. Did you ever meet Eddie Van Halen in Los Angeles? No, I didn't. But what's crazy is I went to Arcadia High School, which is where not Eddie Van Halen went to high school, but one of the people in Van Halen went to high school there. I still never met him either, but because he's, I don't know, 10 years older than me or something. So we never crossed paths. You think they're bass player? Yeah, maybe it was their bass player went to Arcadia High School, but like I said, I never met him. I did know Maria McCann, who lived fairly close to me, just a couple blocks down, in the same little neighborhood. And she went on to be an actress who, as far as I know, only really had one role that I know of. She was in one of those Scott Baio movies where he's got telekinesis. I think it's called Zapped or something like that. Some word like that. She was in that movie. And in that movie, the only thing I remember from that movie, and I'm not sure if I saw the one that she was in, but was when Scott Baio used his telekinesis to lift up the sweater of a girl and see her boobs. which I don't think would really fly as a thing in movies today. You know, it clearly comprises sexual assault by magic. So, but I remember, of course, thinking at the time when I saw it, God, I wish I had that power. I want to see boobs and not get in trouble with it. But you know, what I really wanted more than any power was the power to be invisible so I could go in the girls' locker room. The girls' locker room was like this glorious mecca that one could only dream of going into. I imagined all sorts of things that went on in there. You know, in my imagination, in the girls' locker room, the girls were all like, "Oh my gosh, Judy, your boobs. They're so bouncy today. Let me squeeze them." That's how I imagined it, you know. I'm sure it was a little different than that, actually, in the girls' locker room, but I never did get to go in there. I never did gain my invisibility power. All battle, the beat goes on. My mother told this story of how when she was working before she went to Europe, she had a job as like a substitute teacher slash assistant kind of person for in a PE class. And her job was to sit at the exit from the showers and put her hands on the wet girls to make sure they were dry. They had washed themselves completely, to feel that they were actually wet. That was her job. And it's like, that's a crazy job to have, right? It shows you how barbaric it used to be in the olden days. Have you listened to? I can't read that. I'm about to go inside and I'll read it. All right, I gotta clean the litter box again. Freaking cat. Did they ever stop going to the bathroom? I was hoping they would grow out of this by now. This bag is not good. I should have gotten the one with that thing. That's fine. Should be okay. Oh, cats. All right, scoop this litter around, make it nice and flat. And I think I'll pour a little bit more litter in because running, a little bit low. Just pour a little over there, a little over there. There we go. Put a lid back on a box. All right, there we go. We're done cleaning the meow. I'm not going to forget my drink this time. And that's why I'm a hero to the people. So, inside we go, where I can read your chats, respond to what you're saying, if anything. And let me just point out to anybody who's newly arrived, if you have any particular topic or whatever, anything you want to say anything you do say will likely be responded to. Okay. That literally never happens in the girls' locker room. Oh, if I listen to Yo-Yo Ma, you mean the cellist? Not really. No, I don't listen to much classical music. Yo-Yo Ma has participated in projects with a number of non-classical artists as well, I know, but I'm not really that into somebody being good at their instrument. It may or may not be a important prerequisite to them making good music, but in and of itself, it's not interesting to me. Oh, kitty, why are you so silly? Why do you insist on being watched while you eat all the time? Just eat by yourself already. All right, I'm gonna start myself up a sweet and sour chicken. I'm feeling a little peckish. Just a little peckish. So I'm gonna give the cat one or two more pets to reassure him that, in fact, it's safe to eat. He apparently feels as though eating is putting himself in constant danger of attack. And she said we shouldn't have named him that. Well, really, my dad named him. He's like, here comes trouble. And we just sort of were like, that's his name. It was unavoidable. So this is an interesting experience because this is sort of typical for how the live stream has been for a long time. I'd sit here and chat for hours. It'd be like maybe 10, 11, 12 people here. But what's interesting about it is that on this occasion, there's a bunch of people who are new people. So that's unusual for me. We'll see what happens with this thing. I finally got my congratulatory email from YouTube saying congratulations on 10,000 subscribers. I felt mildly congratulated, you know. An automated email from YouTube saying congratulations is just, it's only so satisfying, I suppose. You want me to tell my cat that you said psst, psst, psst? Okay, I'll tell him. He probably won't like that. What he does like, and he's very responsive to, is if I give him a wow, then he'll immediately think it's time to eat, and he'll run right in there, and he'll be like, okay, you just affirmed that it's eating time. We're not happy to reach the 10K milestone. Well, yes, but I was more happy about about the sudden burst in activity around the channel, you know. So I kind of figured I would eventually reach 10,000, but at the rate I was going before, it was going to take a long time. And then in last couple of months, it's hard to say exactly. I have to look at the analytics to see when this change happened exactly. But all of a sudden, there's this burst of growth in terms of subscribers that the amount of growth I had seen in the last like 2 years was accomplished in like a month. I actually should look at the analytics so I can, when I talk about this, I'm not just making vague estimations and stuff. What's my opinion of Pearl Jam? I dislike Pearl Jam a great deal. I don't like it because it's so self-important and like serious. There's no way to happily enjoy a song about child abuse. You know, it's just not my kind of thing. And in fact, I don't even like really Nirvana very much. And they're kind of the pinnacle of that era of aesthetics. So I don't know. It's just I want my music generally to be upbeat, fun. It's not that I don't like any sad or slow songs. I do like some, but I really got to be in the mood for them. What about Jackson Brown? I'm not very familiar with Jackson Brown, so I don't really feel qualified to comment on it. All right. I'm not just having a dinner tonight. I'm having a banquet. Banquets are the champagne of dinners. As you see, hot and ready. Like Edith, yum yum yum. Whatever her name is. Okay. So now I'm going to get out a fork and I will prepare this as I do. I'm going to put the rice on top of the nuggets because when the nuggets cook in the microwave, if they're fully exposed, like this one was, then they get a little dried out. So if you put the rice on top of it, then it moistens them. It's a nugget moistener. And basically, these are chicken nuggets with sweet and sour stuff on them, you know. Very much like chicken nuggets. All right, now what I have here is, well, this one still needs rice on top of it. Get on there. I now have a prepared sweet and sour chicken meal with all the fixins. So, given the Hi James Day, you like to toss salad. Okay, well, you can toss someone else's salad, okay? I don't really feel like having my salad tossed by anybody. That definitely would include not you, you know. I don't want to have my salad tossed by you. Or by anybody else, actually. Because, for the obvious reason, it's gross. See you later, Blue Elvis. I'll probably wrap this up pretty quick too, since it seems to be a bit of a all of a sudden we got 19 people. You know? I was gonna say it seems like a slow afternoon, so I don't know how long I'll be streaming for, but you know, it really depends on whether or not there's sufficient chat action to riff off of as to how long I feel like streaming. The more chat action I get, the longer I tend to want to stream. Sometimes you get fairly good view numbers and not necessarily a lot of chat action. So, like the one that's like one baby tuna that says, "I'm lucky to have met you. I don't know the name. Been fun watching your show and seeing Rachel are cool. Cool, oh, Blue Elvis. Have a very pleasant day, and don't ever feel obligated to tell me when you're leaving. That's the beautiful thing about live streaming is people can come and go as they please without all that social expectation stuff. Hi, Adam Gilligan. Hey, 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 what can I say? Well, you could say, hey, 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 what can I say? Cool. Rock out. Rock out with your cock out, Blue Elvis. You could say really any number of things. Hey, hey, what can I say? I got a woman, wanna make it payload. Hey, hey, what what can I do? I got a woman and she won't be crude. Oh, hey, hey, meow, meow, meow.
I love you.
I love you too, darling.
I'm gonna join you. Would you like a cinnamon roll?
No thanks, I've got a sweet and sour chicken here. Hi, Chaos Fuel. As the fuel for chaos, are you actually orderly yourself? Does chaos is chaos fueled by order? Interesting question. Would I like a Capri Sun? Thank you for asking, Rubenar. The answer is no. Do you know that 99.999% of humans die sometime in their lifetime? That's that's really scary statistic, Adam. That's really frightening. That many, huh? I only have a 0.001% chance of surviving life. Good afternoon, Lou. How are you? Would you like to know what I would do? I mean, I was guesstimating like 80% maybe, but 99.999%. That's more than the purity of ivory soap. No, I don't, Rubenar. I don't believe that the chicken gives the rice moisture. I only believe that the rice gives the chicken moisture.
Is there coffee?
Yeah, but you have to microwave it.
Okay.
Um, well, so far, so good for me, Adam, and you. So far, so good. I'm not ready to give up on the idea that maybe all that death all around me is just a big hoax. You know, like Bigfoot. Oh, is that what Rachel was doing? Were you just on a Discord chat with Ruben, Lou, Elaine, and a few others, Rachel?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what she was doing. I could tell you were having fun. I thought you were talking to some lady about astrology, but
I can understand that.
fortunately, it's what I thought, because if I had like walked out here and heard you having so much fun talking to a guy, I would have been like, who is she on the phone with?
Oh, you. No.
If you're talking on the Discord server, it's totally different, obviously. Owen Grisbowski 95, I hereby shout you out. I hope it's as satisfying as you anticipated, maybe even more. I will even make more of an effort to shout you out. Owen Grisbowski 95. Fun time for everyone. Hi, Simple Girl. Good to see you as well. I hope the afternoon sees you well, thriving, living the life of your dreams. A life filled with yachting and croquet. If your life is filled with yachting and croquet, you know you've made it to the big times. Well, Simple Girl, I couldn't decide between sweet, sour, and sour chicken. Sweet chicken and sour chicken. So I decided to mix them together, and I'm having sweet and sour chicken.
How novel.
Mm-hmm. No, no, no. Get down from there. You are not allowed up there. Yours was filled with mud and horse crap? Really? Not yachting and croquet? Well, horse crap. I mean, that's pretty nice. You were some kind of rancher or something. Well, you're a little bit fussy about getting dirt on you. Ew, I got some dirt on me. Like that. My ex-wife was kind of like that. She didn't sound like that, but she was more whiny. But I'm all dirty. I don't like it. Oh God. I'll just add this to my pile of dirty forks I have here. One of these days, I'll carry them into the kitchen. Maybe right now. I'm going to do 2 very small chores right now. And I think that you will all feel like you're accomplishing something by doing them with me. So all you have to do is ride along. You're on a ride along with the cops. Well, that's why they called you corral mucker. What are the 2 small tasks? Oh, I forgot task 1. I'll be right back. I was just going to do 2 quick tasks before I came right back.
Okay.
I'm going to take these forks into the kitchen and take that kitchen trash that you tied up out to the trash can.
Oh, thanks.
And then hey, bro, good to see you. Have you ever pooped in your hands? Nope. But it's on my bucket list. Number 73, poop in my hand.
Number 73.
On my bucket list.
Not to do.
No, on my bucket list, Rachel.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to hear what else is on that bucket list.
Yeah, this is. It's on hypothetical bucket list.
Oh, it's hypothetical. But I like this. I want to hear what an Eric bucket list would sound like.
Well, on my alternate universe bucket list of stuff, where this is a bucket list I have prepared in case I suddenly shift universes and my existing bucket list is invalidated.
Okay.
So in the new universe, they've got different rules a little bit. So yeah, poop in my hand. Considered good luck in the other universe.
Oh, in the other universe, it's good luck.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Can I just say it sounds like such a Rick and Morty episode?
Also, snort a line of coffee.
Ooh, wow, you feel like caffeine right away.
But not the grounds. I mean liquid coffee.
Oh no! That's not fun to go up. Liquids up the nose isn't fun.
Well, in the other world, liquid coffee, you gotta chop it up. Yeah, and then rail it up. And it works like that. Liquids play a little differently in the other world.
Oh.
In the other world, viscosity is a wave. Things become extremely viscous, then extremely liquid, then extremely viscous, then extremely liquid, like that. Same thing with gas. Gases go from gaseous to solid, to gaseous to solid. So you have to time your breathing so that when you breathe, the air isn't a solid.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. It's gonna be fun.
Me too.
I just have to tomorrow, early on, call that septic tank repair people.
Yeah, on Monday.
Find out if they turned off the water. More importantly, is it okay for me to turn the water back on?
Yeah.
It should be. From what I understand, the septic tank works. The septic system over there works fine. and it just
They said there was some rooting.
yeah. Well, there's root intrusion in a couple of the lease lines, and so what they said is that's a problem. It should be fixed, but there's sufficient flow in the other lease lines that it still works.
Okay.
So I got to do that. You're having divine health tube therapy right now. That's a good idea, Chaos People. I better health it up a bit myself. So I think I want to put a poll up, and I want to ask in this poll, what's the saddest song ever?
Or the saddest song ever.
From this list of up to 4 songs. I've got 2 songs in mind to put on this list, and I need help coming up with 2 more songs to put on this list. The 2 songs I have in mind are When Somebody Loves You and Say Something I'm Giving Up on You.
Oh, man.
Can anybody else come up with other songs that are sad? Somebody Like You by Adele, maybe?
Yeah, that is sad.
Someone Like You. Okay. So, which song is saddest? Which song is saddest?
I have a...
When Somebody Loved You, Loved Me, by Sarah McLachlan.
Yep.
Sarah... How do you say it?
I think it's like McLog.
Spelled with an A or a C?
I think a C. I think it's McGlock.
MCG?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm finding out. Oh, I'm sorry. MCL. McLaughlin.
Oh, that's all the characters I'm afforded. So, Sarah MCL. All right. Now, second one I had in mind was Say Something.
I don't know who that's by.
By Christina Aguilera and somebody else. I'm giving up on you. I guess I'm not going to be able to put the artist names. I'm not going to put them in any of them, or I'm going to put them in all of them, so I'll put none of them. When Somebody Loved Me, Say Something I'm Giving Up on You. Someone Like You, is that what it's called? By Adele?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay. Is there any other song that we should put on this list besides these 3?
I know an indie song that no one else will know, really.
Okay, well, that's not a good one to put on.
Is there like a Celine Dion or like a Whitney Houston?
Or we put like Tears in Heaven. Tears in Heaven by Eric Clapton, right?
Yeah.
Tears in Heaven.
You think that was such a sad song as a kid because my parents told me the story behind that song.
Start poll. Okay, what's the saddest song? I know which one I think is saddest. Why are people listing songs? Because we're making a poll of the saddest songs. So I can only put 4 of them. But yeah, Simple Girl, that's Eric Clapton. So anyway, we've chosen these. I know what I would pick. I would pick When Somebody Loved You.
That's what I picked.
That's the saddest one.
I cried during that song.
Yeah, even when you start singing it, immediately you go, the mood of your life becomes somber. When somebody loved me, everything was beautiful. And now no one loves me, and I'm sad.
Hmm.
That's a pretty sad one. Tears in Heaven, I get that the story of it, the reality of a kid dying makes it gives
Yeah.
it extra sadness points. That's true, but the question says which song is sad. It's not which sad song has the
Said a
saddest story.
story.
Yeah.
But maybe not everyone's seen Toy
Toy
Story
Story 2.
2.
Well, see, that's also an unfairness for Toy Story 2. It has to make it extra sad, in my mind, sort of vague visuals from the movie.
Oh yeah,
It's
there's
got
like a
kind of
box of toys by a tree.
like first she's
Oh
spinning around with
yes. Oh,
yeah, it's super
just
sad.
crying so much. I think I was with my family, I believe. We saw Toy Story 2 and I was just like bawling.
Yeah, I understand. That's one of the saddest things ever.
It made me feel bad about giving up my Barbies. I never had felt that before.
Well, I got some good news for you, Rachel. Their toys don't actually come to life when you're not looking.
Except for Tiffany.
All right. I like your Play-Doh Bud by the paper towels. Well, I'm not very happy with this Play-Doh Bud right now because
No, I wouldn't be
that,
either.
it's just that plate of shake.
Dusty.
It's just a big plate of shake. I've gotten all the
You know,
bud pieces out
we
of
could
it.
give some of that to Cameron.
He probably has plenty of weed.
Yeah, he definitely does.
He's bringing something up as well, some different strains and stuff.
Oh, cool. Toys don't come to life, but they do die.
I don't necessarily like sad songs either.
No. I used to listen to sad songs for me to get to that place because I would be like, you know what, I need a good cry right now. Like I need to shed some tears. So I'd have like songs I listened to that would make me cry. So I would cry on purpose. Get those tears out, you know?
Yeah, you had to go number 5.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Can we list them, please?
Yeah.
Number 1.
Pee, poo, sex juice, whatever kind. Number 4 is um uh sweat. Number 5 is tears. Number 6 is mucus. Those are the 6 things you need to go. Now, if you're a woman, you also have to go number 7, which is blood.
That is true. For part of your life.
Yeah, but not for your whole life.
That was just like a god fuck up.
Oh, Jesus. I can't believe we engineered it like this.
Yeah. Like
Oh,
really
fuck.
though.
I was sure this is going to work out, but it turns out the only way we can get this to work now is if she has to bleed out of her puss every month. Oh, who is responsible for this? It was Joe down in design. He said it would be fine. We'd work out the bugs later, but it's a systemic problem.
Oh no. Kind of like COVID.
I used to listen to sad songs and wanted to die when I was up 5 to 6 days smoking crack, and then I had no more money.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah, well, I would suggest Jacksonville Kid that probably you'd be better off not smoking crack. That is not my daughter. That's my 39-year-old wife. I know, she looks good for 39. And
Thanks.
I get it as well. I look old for 52. Okay, Sebastian Silva, your pee-pee is fine, I'm sure.
I'm sure it is. At first I thought you were talking about our cat, Capio, that we sometimes call Pee-Pee.
No, he's talking about his pee-pee.
Not appropriate.
A lot of songs people say are sad. I listen to them, and it's like the musician is trying to make me sad, which means it's trying, but not really sad. Does that make sense? Sure. If it sounds inauthentic, it's not going to resonate with you emotionally nearly as much, right? I think he's singing Lovely Lady House, but replaced the lyrics with My Pee Pee. It's possible. Thank you, Simple Girl. She is. Is preachy a compliment?
Thank you, Simple Girl. That's nice.
Oh, peachy. Peachy is potentially a compliment. Preachy, not so much.
Oh my god, I think you're peachy.
My pee, your pee,
Oh
your
my god,
pee.
just stop.
Well, Sebastian Silva did switch it up. He changed from mine to yours. Okay, so he's still a little bit pee focused for my taste, but some people really like peepees. And Stay Streaming just got done smoking crack with a mime.
With a mime, huh?
I just got done miming smoking crack. So you and I have a lot in common.
Oh, I just took a line of cocaine.
Did you?
Yeah.
You should have mimed it.
I did mime
Oh,
it.
you did?
Yeah, I didn't do an actual line of cocaine. Where would I have gotten it from?
No, I know you didn't do an actual line.
Oh, okay.
You should have done a bump instead.
Oh, true.
It's easier to do it to mime a bump than it is a line, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Still should go like this. Any Pink song is sad because it's just terrible.
You know what song is the saddest?
What?
I think you'll agree.
What?
Sad songs say so much by Elton John.
I don't know that one.
It's not sad at all. It's fucking not sad.
Isn't that sad? Hmm.
It's such a bad song.
You know, it's a good song that's not sad, but is about sad songs.
Okay.
All my favorite songs are slow and sad.
Oh, that song is so
It's a
good.
great song by Weezer, but it's not actually a sad song in and of itself. You wanted to see Pee Wee Herman and Michael Jackson in a UFC fight. I don't think Michael Jackson's face could take a lot of punches without parts of it falling off.
It's
You know?
basically made out of glass by the time that
Yeah.
he died.
Pink Family Portrait is a good sad song. I'm not familiar with it. Towley. Towley's a great character.
Tally is a great
I love
character.
Towley. Towley's fantastic.
That's who, like, when people would say, like, which character are you? I would be either Wendy or Towley.
The funny thing about Towley being such a great character is that as a character, he's meant to sort of demonstrate just stupid made up characters. Right?
Yeah.
But he's actually a great character.
Yeah. Yeah, he really is.
Oh man, I can't handle this. I gotta get high. Y'all want to get high? Did somebody need a towel? Towel's fantastic. All right, I got to get more buds from the freezer. Right now I am shake rich and bud poor. There. It's IE, I believe. I believe Tally is spelled with an IE.
I always spelled it with an IE.
When they try to enter the code and it's Funky Town theme song. I don't remember that, but it's great.
Either.
My favorite character in South Park is Randy. I like Randy a lot too.
Randy's great.
I like the way he's such a man child, and the way he interacts with his wife. And he's always like whining at her, like, Sherry, you don't get it. You know,
It's so true.
It's fantastic. South Park is fantastic across the board.
It is.
All right.
Tears in Heaven is winning.
Really? Well, it's got an angel on its side.
It does have an angel on its side. Damn, that's such an unfair advantage.
Yeah. Right. That's using New York Post language, according to John Mulaney. Uh, they have these classifications. Angels are children who died. Tots are angels who are still alive. And um, uh, bozos are cads, like cheating husbands. And um, pervs are like bad guys who are pervs, I guess. Yeah. Those are their qualification categories of men. Are we gonna go for a ride today in the little wilderness car? No,
No, it's not a day for that. But
it is not.
The sun is out.
The sun's out, but there's a lot of snow on the ground, and yes, it can drive over snow just fine.
Good.
We will probably take the little wilderness car down the street to the other house tomorrow to turn on the water, but in order to include the stream on a little wilderness car drive, we have to drive on this wilderness road over there, which is currently closed. There are other wilderness roads around here, but I won't get enough coverage to stream from them. But there is one wilderness road where once we get up there, we get actually good bars for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And I can stream. I have streamed from there before while driving the little wilderness car, and we can do it.
Yeah, we've done it before.
I mix K2 with my weed and dip it in embalming fluid, followed by a line of cocaine. I'm not sure what K2 is. I'm pretty sure embalming fluid should not be consumed. And cocaine, well, there are other things you could snort that are better. Say something, I'm throwing up on you. So yeah, it's pretty fun going in a little wilderness car. Rachel and I aren't super. We're not super that kind of people, really. We enjoy occasionally doing activities, going out in the wilderness a little bit. But the last time I took it out, I went out to the wilderness to collect a bunch of rocks to put by the mailbox because it gets all muddy there when it gets rainy and stuff. And even after doing all of that and putting all those rocks, it didn't even work. The mailman lady still, she drives over the rocks and just pushes them out, and now it's muddy again. So I don't know what to do about that. It's super annoying. I cannot. I poured gravel there. I went and collected those rocks and put them there. I could get more rocks, I guess. I could push those rocks back where they are, but I think it'd be better off to try to. I need to dig out the mud first and then put rocks, That's what I need to do. I can't just cover the mud with rocks and expect that to work. But I'm a big dumbass, so I do dumbass shit like that. How much doink you do? By doink, do you mean marijuana? You mean health tube fuel, as I like to call it? How much do I do? How much do I smoke? I smoke a medium amount of weed. I smoke a medium amount of it. I probably smoke less than, say, I don't know, who's someone who's famous for smoking a lot of weed? I probably smoke less weed than, say, Snoop Dogg. Maybe. I might smoke less weed than Snoop Dogg. So that means it's a medium amount. It is true that I smoke the most weed when I'm live streaming. I'm glad I got this kind. This kind's stonier than the other kind I had. choach lord. What choach? I've never even heard either of those terms used for marijuana before. Doink or choach. Never heard either of those words. I like the word choach. Snoop said the only person that would smoke them was Willie Nelson. Well, that's great. If that is that true that he said that, that's fantastic. I love that. It just goes to show you, just because you're an old man doesn't mean that you can't still hang with your younger compatriots. You know, the truth of the matter is, your little lungs is too small to hotbox with God. Hey, 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 hey. Smoke weed every day. All right, let's close this poll and let's start a new poll. 21 votes on this one. We're going to end the poll. Tears in Heaven wins, but it's a pretty even poll. I don't remember having a poll where each of the 4 choices was so evenly distributed like that. Now I'm taking suggestions on what kind of poll we should run next. Best of 2 Corys movie? I mean, how many 2 Corys movies are there? I could Google that. 2 Corys movies. The Lost Boys, License to Drive, Dream a Little Dream, Blown Away. The problem with this question is Lost Boys is obviously going to win. I don't think anybody's going to pick any of the other ones. I think Lost Boys is going to. I haven't used that torch for hot rails before, but I have done hot rails before. I remember when I was first introduced to them by a friend, and I said, "What? You can snort a rail and blow out smoke? No way." And he's like, "I shit you not." And I did it, and I was like, "Oh my God. There's magma in my nasal passages, but that is fantastic." Yeah, so it's good that somebody somewhere decided crazily to try that one time. I mean, whoever invented that, I would just assume if I had invented that, I would not have invented that. I would assume there's no way that's all you're gonna do is get hot liquid meth in your nose, and it's gonna burn the shit out of your sinuses. And sometimes it kind of does, but you know, I haven't done that in a long time. Okay, just to be clear, just to be clear, I haven't done that in a long time. Good morning, working out. Are you currently working out? Are you working out the kinks? Are you working out your pecs, your quads, your biceps? See, Jacksonville kid, that's what I was hoping that nobody would bring up. So thanks a lot. I could, however, put another poll up. I just want to think of a good one, a good poll topic. I think I will do this topic. Which kind of pants is best? Long pants, short pants, capris. Which kind of pants is best? Long pants, short pants, capris. I don't think capris has much of a chance here, let's be honest. Best WWF finishing move? Okay, well, we could in theory do best finishing move. We could do spine removal, vertical slice in half, or squash into mush. It could be fireball explosion. I don't know. You could have spine removal, vertical cut in half, fireball. We could have
what's the topic?
Possible. I'm thinking about best. Well, currently the topic is which is the best kind of pants?
Oh.
Long pants, short pants, or capris? Long pants are winning, also known as modesty pants.
They are modesty pants.
Yeah. I remember when Hulk Hogan hit Andre the Giant with the vertical cut in half. The vertical cut in half is a good one. But you know what I'm thinking actually now is which is the best named Japanese jutsu? We could go with Stardust Genocide, Bloody Lasers, what are some other great names for jutsus that I've heard in Mugity Meow? I don't remember. Smelly Little Sheep? No, that was the name of a dish I saw on the menu in China. Wugga, old man. Who we sliming on today? I'm not sure if we're sliming on anybody. I'm not entirely sure what it means to slime upon somebody.
Me neither.
Does it mean to compel them to participate in that Nickelodeon game show? Maybe. Seppuku. That is when you put a knife into your stomach and make a meow until you die. Seems like a terrible way to go, really. Those Japanese, they're a little intense sometimes, a little insistent.
On both sides, on like the dark side and the light side.
Yeah.
Intense.
Yeah. Well, they're a little insistent of each other that each other behave as the group dictates. So there's a lot of pressure on everyone all the time. Harikiri. There are natural births, C-sections, and seppuku babies. I am a seppuku baby.
You are. Hi, Big Lick 007.
What would be cool if instead of babies coming out of a woman's vagina, her belly button opened up and the baby just came out the front like that. Wouldn't that be
Can it
easier?
automatically go back into?
Oh yeah, it goes back to normal afterwards.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, it's just like normally it's closed, but once you crack the seal on it, then it reveals a natural elasticity. But then once you squeeze it back together, it snaps in place and then back to normal again.
That sounds good. I like that.
Bum, says Robert McKinney. Okay. And so, Robert McKinney, do explain. What is it about me that makes you say bum? Is there something about me that indicates to you that I am a bum? And also, what do you mean when you use the word bum? Are you talking about my buttocks in the English sense of the word bum? Possibly.
That's what I was thinking. Like, Tom Green, my bum is on the Swedish.
Right. Could be. This isn't a wand. This is actually a bong poker. See? I obviously need to use it right now, too. There. This gets pretty clogged, It's a pretty cloggy bowl. It's got a narrow stem. So, anyway.
I think the wands are pretty cool.
Right, wands are fine. I'm not dissing wands. I also think it's very odd that you use the word bum to mean one who holds a wand. That's a strange use of the word. What's in my basement? I don't have a basement. You legit don't work. I don't work. That's true. I work my ass off every day to provide. I just see you time and again just sitting on the couch, bro. Well, Robert McKinney, I spent many years taking care of all kinds of business. I used to work 60 hours a week for years as the director of a competition debate school. I was a very successful professional. I achieved a lot. My daughter is raised, grown, sent to college, and done with it. So, sorry, Robert McKinney, that you don't get to chill as much as I do.
Okay, so I would like to make a wand from like a branch that we find.
Sure, we'll get Dremel tools.
Cool.
Well, Robert McKinney, hold on, I want to finish this
sure.
okay? You say you're legit not trying to be rude, so you call me a bum, and instead of trying to be rude, you are instead trying to accurately describe me. You're trying to share with me your contempt for my apparent laziness. Is that what it is? If it's not rudeness, what is it? I mean, yeah, I'm super fortunate, right? And I'm evaluating, and I titled this, Am I Low-Key Working Right Now? Somewhat as a joke. I'm obviously not working right now. I'm live streaming. The reason I titled it that is because I was saying to myself, and was talking about earlier, the fact that given that the channel's growing, I'm getting attention from new people, engaging with new people like yourself. Well, to me, that means it's suddenly a productive activity, whereas historically it's always been me just fucking around, really, because it didn't help the channel at all. So am I working right now? Obviously not. I'm doing what I feel like doing, which is sitting around and live streaming and smoking weed and doing whatever. And yet I feel better about it because I never encountered you before. Oh no, we're not taking any money from the government at all, believe me. Anyway, what was I talking about?
We don't take any money from the government.
Before that.
Oh.
What's my oldest possession? I don't even know. I have no idea what my oldest possession is. I mean, in terms of like, okay, I could better answer the question, what's the oldest object I possess, than I could, what's the object I possessed longest? Because I'm not very attached to objects. And I mean, maybe it's my acoustic guitar, which I still have but never play. I owned that for a long time. Before I moved out of Arcadia, I would have said it was my guitar amp, but that amp was broken and I just let it be sold by the people. So you're in Fresno? Well, I am relatively close to you, Robert McKinney. I live up here in Mariposa. So we actually go to Fresno occasionally for some purpose or another. I drive through Fresno fairly often on the way back and forth from LA to visit my daughter. And earlier today, Rachel, while you were in that Discord meeting, somebody came in here and was chatting or whatever. And I mentioned that I was from Mariposa, and he's like, "No way," because he inherited a property in Mariposa. Actually.
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't live here, but he's got a property about 7 minutes outside of town on 140, I think, which is like the one you take to the top of town, like to the Bagby recreation area, I think. So Robert McKinney doesn't seem like he particularly takes kindly to your name calling.
I don't either.
I mean, I'm not taking a position on it. He removed the comment that Robert McKinley is not taking kindly to.
Oh, I deleted it.
Oh, you deleted
it?
Oh, I thought Lloyd had.
No, because I.
Oh, well, good job, Rachel. Good for you.
Thanks.
Anyhow, I believe after this poll, we'll do another poll. I still haven't really decided what the poll is. Obviously, long pants is the winner here.
Yeah.
Long pants is the winner. 20 votes now. Long pants is taking an even bigger lead. Because after all, you can only really wear short pants when it's warm. You can wear long pants when it's warm, even if they're too warm. You might be like, I'd prefer shorts, but if it's really cold, having shorts on, you're going to be really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So, okay, with its unfair advantage, long pants wins. I'm going to end the poll with 20 votes. Now I'm going to go outside, smoke a cigarette, and I'm not mad about anything, Lord Raffle. Rachel chose to remove that comment because she didn't approve of your name calling.
Yeah.
And I 100% support her decision, of course, because First of all, it's not a bad decision to have made inherently on its merits. And second of all, she's Rachel, so, you know, what she says goes, you know. Are we squabbling? I don't think so. I mean, occasionally I might disagree with her and say, are you sure about that? In this case, I don't feel that way. I don't care really either, but, you know, it's because I'm not that caring of a person compared to my lovely and caring wife. I think I'm going to get my drink and go into the garage, actually, rather than outside to smoke the cigarette. Squabble, squabble, squabble. That's the sound a bunch of fighting turkeys make.
Can I give you a kiss?
Yes, you can, my darling.
I love you.
I love you too. And some point here this evening, I would like to engage in marriage wrestling with you.
Yes.
I think that sounds like... Occasionally, Rachel and I like to engage in marriage wrestling. It's something that only married people are allowed to do. Otherwise, you need to remain wrestling free. Because remember, everybody, your genitals belong to God. What are you squabbling about? I'm not squabbling about anything. There may be some squabbling going on, but it's not really involving me. I've been able to pleasantly remain pretty squabble free of late. The last person I particularly remember squabbling with was Cone Man. Cone Man tend to elicit a fair decent quantity of squabble out of me. So much so that, like, he left a comment that on one of my videos that I happened to notice on the dashboard, and it immediately annoyed me. He said, "This is wrong." Regarding my 8 pillars of typology video, he said, "This is wrong about the pillar that says there is no reality but that which is rendered by an agent." And certainly that is the case as far as our understanding of things goes. So what I mean by that is there's nothing we can reference, point to, imagine, consider, talk about at all that doesn't first have to be in some sense observed by somebody. A given hypothetical imagines observation of the hypothetical thing. So if I say, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, what I'm really saying is, if someone sees a tree fall in the forest and nevertheless is not there, so the point is, there is no conceivable reality that anybody can point to that doesn't begin with some observation of some agent. So his comment was, this is false. Reality is reality. Well, nothing I say about reality there suggests it's anything but reality. When I say there is no reality but that which is, right? It's explaining a quality of realities that we can conceive of, talk about, engage with in any kind of communicative way, at least. And even experiential realities can be referenced as events if they have any functional reality, an event that's been observed or experienced by an agent, right? So the reason I make that statement as one of the pillars of defensible typology is because what attentional manner configuration does is it allows us to understand the different ways in which realities manifest via individual agents, how they engage with each other, the extent to which they're communicable, how that impacts individuals' values. It's basically just a way of remembering that the reason cognitive functions are the top level frame and you can't get any higher level of analysis is because there is no reality other than that which is rendered by an individual by living through time and space, right? And that the mechanism of that rendering is attention. But the thing is, the reason it annoys me when I read that comment, in part, is because he's, you know, he's wrong completely. He doesn't understand what I'm saying at all. His explanation for why I'm wrong is simply tautology. Reality is reality. And there's no possible way, as far as I can tell, that I can explain adequately to him what I mean and have him understand it, as far as I can tell. He seems much more interested in asserting the legitimacy of what he believes he knows than in evaluating the legitimacy of anything. And maybe he's not, it's hard to say whether he's disinterested in that, not interested in that, or if he's not capable of that. But regardless, that comment just made me go, oh, what does one do? Like there's this old Buddhist koan that asks, what do you do if someone walks in every day and drops ashes on the Buddha? So it imagines a hypothetical where you're a Buddhist monk in a Buddhist monastery and a visitor comes and every day is smoking a cigarette and stands in the front area of the monastery and ashes his cigarette on the Buddha. Same sort of situation here. What do you get if you have somebody who's displaying an interest or in understanding things, in other words, in being correct, but is displaying either concurrently an unwillingness to be correct or an inability to be correct? I mean, it's like he's not purposefully being difficult, right? So that's what makes it a challenging question. For people who genuinely want to understand and have questions about things, I'm always happy to explain things as best I can. If it's not a question I've answered a billion times before or whatever, if it's not too detailed a question that I want to go into right now, I'm always happy to try at least to answer questions about whatever the people ask about that I know the answer to. But you got to enter into the discussion with some willingness to learn in those instances. There are plenty of times when people talk about something around here, I'll ask questions about it, and then I'll get an answer, and I'll be pleased to learn something or hear something or whatever. Earlier somebody told a story, a very spooky story about a paranormal experience in their home country, and I was excited to hear about it. It's not like I am the only person who needs to be teaching about everything all the time. The format here makes it such that that's basically kind of the dynamic in terms of control of the communicative space. But I'm happy to learn about things that I don't know about if I'm interested in learning about them at all. And I'm pretty broadly interested in things. It's just that obviously here, I'm talking with Finnish people, I'm talking about things that I know about and that I have good expertise about. And when I say I have good expertise about it, I mean it's a thing that requires expertise and and something that took some time to develop, right? Various understandings of things. Like I have a mastery of English grammar because I learned via sentence diagramming. Nobody really ever disputes that. Occasionally, you might get somebody in here, I don't remember this ever happening, but in theory, that is also a bit of a grammar nerd, might take exception with something I say if it happens to be a controversial thing or something that's not really determined. There are a few things in grammar that, like, it could be working as this or it could be working as that, depending on how you frame it. Occasionally, that'll happen. But by and large, I don't get any pushback on things that I'm an expert at that are about which there's broad consensus. I don't get pushback on the debate stuff, you know? Cognitive functions is uniquely annoying in that way. It, as a system of understanding things, it bears plenty of resemblances to debate in a lot of ways. It's a process of analyzing things in terms of absolute and instrumental values, in terms of categories of justification. I have a document someplace that links each of the 8 cognitive functions to value criteria. So, if you're going to argue under an NI frame of reference, the argument will look like this. If you're going to argue under a TI frame of reference, it's going to look like this. And the thing is, for most people who prioritize TI arguing or whatever, that kind of meta level of analysis never happens. They just say, well, you're doing it wrong because you're arguing using these kind of justifications, which are arbitrary or subjective and can't be used to justify things. With the meta-analysis of cognitive functions, you go, okay, well, what you're doing is displaying in your argumentational style a TE value as an absolute value, like efficiency, effectiveness, and you're justifying it with impacts. That's your instrumental value. SE. So you could break down like any argument basically into the implicit frame and implicit or explicit frame. Sometimes it's stated explicitly in a variety of different ways, but you can determine what it is. And then the instrumental value, like the value criterion. In Lincoln Douglas, the value is what you're hoping to uphold. The value criterion is how you're hoping to uphold it. It is similar in its construction in that fashion to cognitive functions, your dominant functions, your absolute value, and your tool functions, your instrumental value. You do look up cutting horses. It's a great sport. You have to be a very athletic horse, and be a really good rider. Dude ranches are great to experience horses. Huh. Well, I don't know what cutting horses is. It sounds like being violent, but I'm assuming it's not. Like you see these cowboys going up to a horse with a knife and being like, shh. Ah, cut the horse. I'm assuming it's not that. Cutting horses. Let's see what it looks like. I'll mute this. Okay, it's muted. Good. Right now, it looks like a guy's just riding a horse. He's got a cowboy hat on. And there are some cows. There's a group of cows. This group of cows they're all milling around together. This is radio play by play of horse cutting. The cows are all milling. The cowboy now has approached the cows. He's entering into the group with his horse. He's making the cows move around. Some of the cows moving, they're starting to move in a line, in a circle kind of. One of the cows has gotten away. Uh-oh. No, he's intentionally separated that cow, I think, from the other cows. That's his plan. That was his plan all along.
Wow.
He wanted that cow to not be part of the larger group of cows. And the cow keeps trying to get back to his group, but the horse keeps trying to prevent it, and the rider. And in fact, they do prevent it, and the cows run back the other direction now. And I guess the horse says, okay, that's long enough. Now you can rejoin your group of cows. And the other cows come over to make sure the cow who was separated is okay. Hey, I saw you over there. You couldn't get back to us. Were you scared? And he says, yeah, I was a little scared. I'm glad to be back with a larger group of cows. Can we all now move in a large group? And the horseman says, yes, you must move in a large group, because he gets up behind the back end of the group of cows and he makes them all go in a group around in a circle. And now he separated another cow from the group of cows. And this cow also, like the previous cow, would prefer to be able to go back to the group of cows. But the cowboy and the horseman is not letting him return. He's saying, no, you must stay separated from the larger group of cows. I want you to be a lonely cow. And now he allows the cow to return to the larger group of cows. I am very glad I looked up this very silly sport. Is it a very silly sport? Yes. But many sports are very silly. I'm doing play-by-play of horse cutting, Natalie. Apparently, what the cutting refers to is you cut off one of the cows from the rest of the group of cows. No, Jacksonville kid, I'm not going to Google that. I don't trust your suggestions very much. You seem a little edgy for my tastes, okay?
I think you're pretty edgy.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
It's because I know all the hip dances.
Ding, 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 ding.
No, it's a cowboy skill, right? I guess the cowboys, they have to sometimes separate one cow off and deal with that cow by itself, probably. And so they need to learn to prevent a single cow from rejoining the larger group of cows. And that's probably where that skill came about from. And now it's turned into a rodeo contest, That particular rodeo sport is very nice to the animals. But, even your bucking bronco / bucking bull sports, they aren't that mean to the animal, It's not like cockfighting or whatever. My wife has the best life. She has a pretty good life.
I do.
Yeah. I'm happy to be able to say that.
God, you're such. I want to kiss you on the cheek so bad.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
All this positive emotion is part of the reason why we're going to have marriage wrestling later. I'm trying to see how astrology could correlate to MBTI. It doesn't.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
Astrology is astrology. And I'm not saying that's bad or good or whatever. I'm just saying, it's astrology. It's like tarot. It's like numerology. Cognitive functions, they are not like those things. Cognitive function stack is a configuration of personality. It means you render your life reality according to certain prioritized fundamental way of paying attention and a certain prioritized fundamental tool of how to pay attention.
Okay, Luminix.
All right, Lou, you run your errands.
I like.
You know what? Take your time. Walk your errands. Go ahead.
I like your the stack you have right there of the tarot cards, the oracle cards, and your cigarettes. It's like your aesthetic.
Yeah, right. I guess that's the little bit of autistic quality that I have in me, which is not very much, but it's the kind of thing that autistic people do. Is they like put things and like stack them, place them right next to each other, make them all a certain way. I worked with plenty of autistic kids when I was in special ed. Everybody does it to a little bit, but everybody does that a little bit, but most people don't do it obsessively,
I'm the
right?
worst. I'm the worst at it. Like, I have a drawer upstairs that like there's definitely stuff in there that can be arranged to stack on top of each other neatly and stuff, but I can't figure it out. So like it's just like kind of half stacked up neatly and then half messy.
Mm.
Yeah.
The horse separates the cow and has the cow sit down and do the Wim Hof breathing method. The cow is then given an ice bath. Once the cow accepts the cold, they may return to the other cows. Side cheek, that's, well, from what I watched, it missed a few of those steps in there. But I like your envisioning of it. You know, I think that rodeos. Yes, this is Rachel, my wife. Um, that rodeos ought to put in a pool next to the rodeo ring for mule water polo. It's gonna need to be. Yes, she's very pretty. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
It needs to be a very large pool and not necessarily very deep. So I'm thinking like basically a casting pond sized pool. If you've ever seen a casting pond, it's a place you can go that doesn't have any fish in it. It's just there to practice casting your fishing line. And it's rather long, so you can cast it a long distance, If we had that, and it's not very deep. If we have a casting pool like that, that would be perfect for mule water polo, which we played like horse polo, except with mules and in water. And it would have goalies who have to swim like water polo, I think. So the water is going to have to be deep where the goal is. It needs to go down all of a sudden there where the goal is. And then you have a regular water polo goalie, and it's a foul to hit him in the face with your mallet. So just don't do that.
I could see that being a foul. That makes sense.
Yeah. So anyway, that would be a fun rodeo event. Other fun rodeo events would be the pig toss. You get a medium-sized pig, and people try to throw them as far as they can into a big vat of pillows. So it'd be fine, you'd be safe and everything. And then you measure the distance of the throw.
Thanks, Winston's mom. That's sweet.
I also like the idea of an event at a rodeo called sheepyback rides, where you carry a sheep, you give a sheep a piggyback ride, and there's a race between, they line up like 6 people, each of them has a sheep giving them a piggyback ride, and they run around the track. Whoever wins, whoever goes fastest wins.
That sounds something like the Scottish would do.
Sheepyback ride. sheepy back rider, rider, rider. Oh, hey, the sheep, can you come over here? Can you get on my back? 'Cause I need a deer. I'm gonna piggyback ride you around the track, and then you and I will have fun. You're a sheepy back rider.
Sheepy back rider. Can I eat that some of that Hershey's bar that you got?
Oh yeah, help yourself. It's got nuts in it. I can't really
I
eat
like
it.
that.
Yeah, I can't really eat it. So
Oh,
you just go ahead and eat it.
sorry.
No, it's fine. Okay. Whatever. Whatever about that, you know.
Yeah.
I'll deal with that someday later on, whenever.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fuss and fight about fussing and fighting, alright? I do have a deep understanding of equestrian philosophy and metadynamics. That's true. I think, you know that event where they make the horses dressage? You know the event dressage? I think they should have an equivalent event where they make horses display good table manners. How the rider has the horse sit down, and the rider has a special saddle for this event, and then the horse passes the rider a cup of tea, and then the rider has to drink it in a very certain way. Dressage, or you mean horse table manners? It's a beautiful sport if you find boring beautiful.
We saw some of that stuff going on at the county fair.
We didn't see dressage, but we did see some others. Dressage is the horse dancing thing. Where the horses do look beautiful, but I just cannot sit there and watch very much of dressage without saying, boy, this is boring. But you know, it's not the only sport I find boring. What's interesting is when I actually got around to watching curling. Curling's kind of a fun sport to watch in the Winter Olympics. You know.
We should live stream next time we watch a curling event.
Yeah, well, I do like to provide play-by-play announcing to things. I enjoyed play-by-playing horse cutting.
That was great. You did a great job.
Thank you very much. You know, whatever sport, I'm down to play-by-play announce any sport. But unfortunately, there are no sports networks who approached me and said, Eric, we'd like you to play-by-play announce for us. Can you please replace Bill Walton?
Oh, man, no, that's really...
That's what they should say.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I want to write into ESPN.
Because even if I'm not very good, I'll still be 1,000 times...
No, you're going to be
But
great.
even if I'm not, I'd still be 1,000 times better than Bill Walton.
Yeah.
Just about anyone would be better than Bill Walton. Because he's so terrible. All right. So, let me look up other interesting sports that we could talk about.
You are also a sports witch.
I'm a sports witch, huh?
Yeah, the very rare sports witch.
So, you know, another sport that they have in rodeo is one where they lasso the cow and knock it over and then tie its legs up. Well, then they untie it, it gets up, it's fine. It's like, oh, what just happened to me? You know, they don't hurt the cow, but the cow obviously doesn't like that very much. I'm sure would prefer that not happen.
Yeah.
Calf roping, yeah. What about watching pool? No, that's a boring sport. Pool, I mean, I agree with you. Pool is a very boring sport. I would not
I'm so glad you think so.
I've gone to a lot of rodeos because we used to go to mule days in Bishop. My parents would take me to mule days. and that was fine. You know,
That was fine.
that was fine. You know, we saw them riding the bucking horses and the bucking bulls and doing the various things that they do at rodeos. When we were,
Very Americana.
yeah, but when we were at the county fair of Mariposa, that was
No,
wonderfully Americana.
that was so much fun. Like these little kids, like future farmers of America, like moving a little like pig around.
Yeah, yeah, they were selling pigs by the pound. You know, like here's the pig. You buy this pig for $dollars a pound, and then we'll butcher it and give you all the meat for it. I think that's how it works. But they have like kids, like middle-aged school kids, I think mostly, maybe some high schoolers who raised a pig. They're in the 4-H club or whatever. They raised a pig and then they sell it, and then local businesses will buy that pig if they're like a restaurant, or if they're, for example, like a construction company will buy a pig and then have a company barbecue or whatever with it,
Oh.
stuff like that. Kids get the money for college. Well, I mean, as far as I could tell, they were selling the pig for $dollars a pound, but I didn't see anything that they had to spend it on this or that. But maybe there was such a rule. I don't know. Anyway, it was very all American.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, there's a picture of Rachel and me with our heads through the hole and the holes in the thing at the fair.
That was fun.
Yeah.
All of your social media. Social media.
Well, Winston's mom, I don't know. My position on it is that neither of them are qualified to be president. So there are many possible reasons why you could list for why either of them is not qualified to be president. You can make that argument, you can make others, etc. It's a tragedy for the country that we can't come up with anybody better than those two people.
That is a tragedy.
Yeah, it's not really my thing either. In terms of like, I don't mind talking about political subjects like what's the proper position on meow, 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 meow. But I don't really like talking about people politics, like this person, Trump, Biden, Nancy Pelosi, you know, those sort of hot button people, right?
Kamala
Kind of
Harris,
talk about, yeah,
Kamala.
yeah, talking about politics by a hot button people. I think that does us all a great disservice ultimately. But whatevs. I do still plan on to run for president next election cycle. Uh, I, I think I feel like it's conceivably more possible now than it was before, because conceivably in 4 years I could garner a sufficiently large platform on YouTube to at least um, at least have a little bit more visibility to make it a little bit more feasible, you know? Good answer. Good answer. Are we on the Family Feud show media? Let me make another poll. What poll should I make is the question. How about best secondary South Park character? Okay. So
Ooh, okay.
I've got a few in mind already.
I like this.
Best, you know, I won't even say secondary, but I'll just list secondary ones. I'll just put which South Park character is best. Which South Park character character is best? Why does it say South Park's misspelled? It's one word, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put here Towley. Towley is one of the choices. I'm going to put here Timmy. Timmy is one of the choices. I'm going to put Token. Is there another T character? Towley, Timmy, or Token? Is there another T character in South Park? Tough call. Maybe I should just do these three. Towley, Timmy, or Token. I just do three. Oops. Now I guess I have to do four now. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do then Butters.
He has two T's in his name. So.
Yeah, he does. All right. Which South Park character is best of the ones provided? Is it going to be Towley? Is it going to be Timmy? Is it going to be Token? Or is it going to be Butters? Let's find out. Kyle's mom is a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole lot of world. She's a big bitch. She's a big bitch. All of it, boys and girls. That's a good song.
That is a good song.
I like
It's
Butters.
a classic one.
I like Butters too. But I'm gonna get in trouble. He's so. Poor Butters. That's all you can say about Butters is poor Butters. He never gets the long end of the stick, you know?
Yeah.
I love South Park too. I don't really watch it anymore, but I probably should.
I love it also.
But that's a show that we could easily enough set the DVR for.
Let's
you
do
know.
it.
We should,
yeah
should set
because
it.
I like South Park. There was a time where it was on Netflix, and I binge watched it and got high. It was so funny.
Yeah, it's quite good. It's so smart, you know. It's
it
like
is
this.
So smart.
I've said for a while, for a long time, really, it's the smartest show on television, and I say that for a reason. That reason is because it is the smartest show on television. And of course, I also super love that those two guys, Matt and Trey, went to the Oscars in those dresses.
I can only hope for something like that from someone on the Oscars red carpet this year.
Every time I tell Trouble, like, no, cut it out tomorrow, I think of Cartman. Like, because Trouble tried to come get my food, say, no, Trouble, this is mine, whatever. Makes me think of Cartman, you know?
Yes.
Cartman's such a horrible person.
Yes, he is.
That's what makes him such a great character, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Yeah, sorry, Matrick Pikel, Bernier. Sorry, Matrick Pikel. I mean, I think Cartman, I don't know what type Cartman is. It's kind of unfair to every type to say that Cartman's an example of them. But man, that is indeed how he says it. Man, Batman.
Yes, exactly.
He's
He is
diabolical.
diabolical.
You know, like there's one episode where he wants to get even with that older boy, so he he has his parents killed and turns them into chili and feeds it to him at the chili
Oh
cook-off.
yeah, that's right. Oh my God.
Don't fuck with Cartman.
Yeah.
Maricela Vallejo. Well, you are new here from my understanding of things, but this is not the first time I've seen you.
Got fish sticks.
Chili con carne cook off, right? It was that episode. That was just like, oh, wow, you guys really went there,
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I'm like,
huh? Yeah.
wow, this is deep.
Made you eat your parents. My favorite episode was when Cartman thought Kenny or Kyle stole his magical trapbook keeper. Like those yellow PG file folders only. Peachy file folders only bigger. Oh, I know what a trapper keeper is, and I also know what those yellow PG file folders are. I used to have a shirt that had that on it. I don't know what happened to that shirt. And he licks her face. Oh, they're so sweet. Yeah, it's fantastic. A fantastic episode. How are you today? I like how your liberal use of periods. I like that. You're not afraid to use periods after every single word. Oh yeah, I remember that episode. And I remember lots of South Park episodes. I wish I had have been. I wish I had been keeping up with it this whole time because it is a great show. It's just you know how it is with TV shows when you don't have it on a streaming service, you never get to really binge it properly. But if I set a DVR for it on YouTube TV, I'm sure I'll have plenty of good episodes of South Park to watch. And there certainly are plenty of occasions when I feel like, oh, I wish there was something good on TV right now. Mostly I just watch anime on Crunchyroll, and the only 3 days that have really a rich supply of anime are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed Futurama. I watched quite a bit of it. I don't know if I watched all of it or not. Demon Slayer, I thought was kind of mid. I kind of lost interest in it after a while. It's a little dark. I don't like the kind of depressing ones. Have I seen Reno 911 The Q Returns? I do not believe I have seen that. Tokyo Ghoul is great too. I may or may not have seen it. I think maybe I watched it, but yeah, well, it's not a great anime, Natalie. There are better anime out there to watch. A lot of better anime. A lot of good anime right now being put out. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, they're like pretty okay kids animes. I think maybe Yu-Gi-Oh! Is better than Pokemon. Pokemon's sort of iconic, classic, weird, old style kid anime. Maricel says, we love you so much. Talking with famous Pete. Well, thanks, Maricela Vallejo. Forgot to ask you again, what type are you, Chaos Fuel? He's liquid entropy. I like the stories where people turn from ugly ducklings into swans. My Fair Lady is a favorite movie of mine. Scruples was a makeover movie that I liked back when. My Fair Lady is the story of a lady who starts off with a lower class accent. She says things like, oh, but by the end, she talks like a real lady. And she says, why, yes, I would like another cup of tea. Like that. And that's the story of My Fair Lady. The story of a lady who learned how to talk different. Brad Stover's back. Hey man, it's great to see you again. Didn't get your name the last time. What is it? My name is Eric. That's my name. It's always been my name for as long as I can remember. Maybe it's not the best name. I'm not a huge fan of Eric as a name. I didn't wake up as a baby and say, thank God I'm named Eric. But it's tolerable as names go.
I like your name.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a wonderful lady. I like your name too, Rachel.
Thanks.
Because you're named Rachel, it allows me to always feel like I'm married to a character from the Bible.
I think that's what my parents were going for.
Yeah. That's it's sort of a buff, as they say in anime. It's something that increases things naturally, right? So it makes you 10% sexier if you're named after a character in the Bible.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an automatic bonus you get.
Well, is your name in the Bible?
No, in fact, because if you're named after a Viking, a famous Viking, you actually get minus 10% sexiness.
What?
Yeah. I have minus 10% sexiness because Eric the Red, famous Viking. Sebastian Silva says, pink hand crying purple head. You are pretty to pay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maricela Vallejo.
He is looking pretty today.
Whether you're talking about me or Rachel, thanks, appreciate it. Sidecheek just won a game of chess. Down a queen.
Wow.
Sidecheek, are you the one who beat me a couple times the other night?
Yes.
No, she is. Well, she's a real scoundrel with a chessboard. She likes to play when sneaky with her pawns. That's how she plays. That's why they call her the pawn sneaker in chess circles.
Oh, the pawn sneaker.
Yeah.
I can't believe that it's a three-way tie between Tally, Timmy, and Butters right now.
A three-way tie. Wow.
Oh, it was. Now it's changed.
Who's winning?
Butters is winning.
I don't blame people for voting Butters. Butters has a little bit more of a major role in the cartoon than either Tally or Token.
Yeah.
But I think I vote Tally.
I voted Tally.
There's something very endearing about Tally.
He is very endearing.
Oh man, I don't know what's going on. So, Sidecheek, are you ramping up for the big international chess competition? I'm guessing if you were, you'd probably have beat me more by a larger amount. Why is Santa's Christmas sack so big? Because he only comes once a year. Scale of 1 to 10. How good was that joke? I give it a 7.
Oh my gosh, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it was a 7.
I gave it a 7 as well.
I
I really like the period usage.
Brad Stover, it should also be noted that when Santa does come, he's coming down my chimney tonight. Do you have friends? Yeah, yes, I do have friends. How many friends should I have before you think I have enough friends? What do you think, Maricela? Do you remember Kevin, who was typed by host Eric? He was over on Mongolian Mindsets channel with their type grid. Also, I linked the video on his typing session. I see. He wasn't an ISFJ. Kevin was an ISTP, I believe.
Wait,
Right?
no. Sean L's the
Oh, Sean
ISFJ,
L. Right. Sean.
and Kevin is the ISFJ.
Kevin was an ISFJ.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, you know, it's easy for me to get them all confused. Okay, Alex plays. I will remember you. Do I have 100 friends? Hmm. I don't know. I don't know if I have 100 people in the world that I would count as friends. Depends how broadly I use the term. I've got uh, quite a number of internet friends. Favorite Jim Carrey movie? I mean, I don't like Jim Carrey, but I thought. I mean, I remember liking Ace Ventura: Pet Detective when it came
Me
out,
too.
and I remember liking Dumb and Dumber when it came out. And I didn't dislike uh I didn't dislike Truman Show.
I've never seen the whole thing of Truman Show.
It's a little long. Do you have 20 friends? Yes. I mean, I don't count them, Maricela. I in terms of real life friends, people that I either could or um, have spent have and could again spend time with in theory. I'm sure there's at least 20 people. Scott Tenorman Must Die. Is that the chili cook-off parents episode? It is a masterpiece. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Life is Ball. What's up, man? There are many things that are up. I don't know, Marcella. I don't know how many friends I have. Okay, I have obviously a lot of acquaintances, you know, a lot of internet friends, and some of them real friends, and some of them. But you know, I don't try to draw those lines very clearly. I don't make a list of, you know. Sorry, you are stuck on the sort of friends list, whereas you have made the actual friends list.
No, you
I
don't.
don't do that at all. Yes, 19, Maricela. 19 and counting. That's how many children I have. Actually, I only have one child. You may. You may indeed touch me.
Ooh.
Clay Sanford says he has about 1,000 new Palestinian friends on Meta. Well, good for you. How nice. I guess you must support the Israelis strongly. If I mean, you must not support them so much. I agree with Elaine's typing as ENFJ more than I can accept Alex Jones's typing as one. What's up, man? Again, a variety of things. Do you want me to name something specific that's up? Meta is so dust. You think it's all about the gram now? They own the gram, you know.
Meta?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the gram is a Facebook product.
Mm.
You must
I
get
didn't
off
know.
Meta if you value your rights as an American. Well, I'm on it. I don't know how it's infringing my rights. I don't ever use it.
No. I tag you though.
Oh, you do? Thank you.
Yeah. Because I want people to know, like, hey, this is my man.
Eric's here. Look at him, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other male on that channel, not Mercer, but the white guy is an INTJ. There is a female there, but I don't know what type she is. It appears ISTJ. Cool, cool. Wonderful to hear. Bob UFO, what do you think the single best piece of evidence in favor of UFOs is? I want to know. Where is he? Oh, right there, yeah. He just moved. He's a silly boy. What do you think the most convincing piece of UFO evidence is? Well, if social media has untold consequences on the brain, I am in trouble if those consequences are negative because I have been social mediating my ass off for a long time. Which one of the Navy footages? The TikTok one, or the other one that I forget what they call it.
Tic tac on the map.
How do you go on live? I just push go live on my phone, put in the title, change the settings to enable monetization, then take a thumbnail and put go live. That's all I do. I just open the YouTube app. I push plus at the bottom. Actually, I don't even. Yeah, I push plus. Then it shows me the options: post, upload a video, short, or live. I go to live. And then I enter the title, change the settings, take a thumb, push, go live, just like that. Your brain is developed as an adult. I just guess only time will tell how it affects the developing brain. What can be done? We live in a different world. Yeah, I mean, people generally don't do stuff that is harmful in ways that are immediately painful, right? At least they don't typically persist in those behaviors. So when things are problematic, it's because they're harmful and not painful, or maybe even pleasurable. You've seen a UFO with your own eyes, and that's what got you into it. How close up did you see it? Was it far away, up high in the sky, or was it relatively close? Weed is great for your brain. I don't know if it's, I don't think it really is good or bad for my brain. It just sort of is. Toilet humor since social media. Well, everything since social media. It was high up in the sky at binoculars, though, and I was with my boss and coworker. What did it look like? Your Fabre says, "Damn, you fine as hell. Love you." Okay, all right, please don't spam me. Yeah, I saw your comment about Ukraine and Russia and NATO. Clay Sanford says, "I do agree with the peace treaty with Russia setting the terms Crimea stays in Russia. The Luhansk is now part of Russia. NATO disbands and pulls all weapons out of Ukraine." Do I agree with that? No, I don't agree with that. Well, Natalie, first of all, it's a small amount of likelihood that you are the type that test says, regardless of what their answer was. But it's kind of an involved explanation. People pay attention in different ways. ENFJ pays attention first and foremost by being aware of how their behavior is going to impact other people, other people's impressions of them, perspectives about them, um, perceptions, etc. And then secondarily, uh, believes in using their intuition, not to believe in it, but they use their introverted intuition, their intuition to know things in real time based on cues outside of them. Accordingly, they are especially weak at remembering details, providing examples from their life, and they tend to speak in universals, generalities. If you ask somebody who's an ENFJ for what they had for breakfast, they might say in reply, "Well, I usually have, yeah, this is what I usually do for breakfast." And if you say, "Well, what did you have for breakfast this morning?" They'll go, "Oh, you mean like this, the particular breakfast for this morning?" Well, I guess it was, they'll probably remember what it was, but.
It was great in Discord. Ruben, R, and Elaine got to talk, and it really like helped her understand her being an ENFJ more.
Cool.
Yeah, they were able to like talk about similar things that happened in their life.
Hi, Ladie in red. I like bacon, egg, sourdough toast for breakfast. I like bacon, egg, sourdough toast. I like bacon, egg, sourdough toast for breakfast. I like bacon, egg, sourdough toast. The whole NATO saying they weren't going to take in any countries and then they did probably took Putin off. Well, I mean, you don't need to take Putin off to get him to display his, you know, his aggressive ways, his imperialist tendencies. He wanted to get Ukraine one way or another. He wanted access to the Black Sea. He wanted Crimea. You know, he made it happen. Didn't matter what we did. It's not backlash to something we did. It was him just following through on his plan to attain the goal that he wanted. Who's an ENFJ in Discord? Oprah Winfrey. I'm draft age, so hopefully I don't have to go to war. I'm not a fighter. Are you Ukrainian? Or are you Russian? Or are you Belarus? Or something else? You mean you're American? You're saying you hope America doesn't go to war? I don't think America's going to go to war with in that way with you involving the Ukraine thing. It's kind of too late now. It's like if the U.S. wanted to meaningfully get involved in the Ukraine situation, we should have done so back when Luhansk and Donetsk were undergoing this purportedly authentic uprising of Russian people, which is completely bullshit, you know. My recording agent will call you with a job opportunity to sing bacon, eggs, and sourdough, pepper jack, and cheese. What about the Gaza strip club? I don't think we're going to go to war at all there for sure. I don't think the U.S. is going to um, help the Israelis and uh, because they don't need any help. And I don't think they're going to help the Palestinians because the U.S. values its relationship with Israel too much. If we're going to go to war anywhere, I think the proper place would be Taiwan, defending Taiwan from China, or conceivably just can we get North Korea out of the way now, please? Can we just sort of do something to get rid of that nightmare and just let Korea and Peninsula be reunited? Well, we've been at war for a long time. We never we never formally ended Korea. You know, we're um, technically, I believe, in a state of war with North Korea still, but maybe that's changed. I don't know. What do I think about Antarctica? I think it's a big cold place to the south of me. General Bird? I don't really know anything about General Bird. Is he like Officer Bird? The parrot who worked with the police officer to dissuade children from doing drugs? Richard E. Byrd, pioneering aviator, explorer, and organizer of polar logistics, aircraft flights in which he served as a navigator and expedition leader across the Atlantic Ocean. Let's see. First World War, North Pole flight. He flew over the North Pole, attempted a flight over the North Pole. The flight left from Spitsbergen and returned to Spitsbergen, I guess, is in northern Norway. A return to its takeoff field lasting 15 hours and 57 minutes, including 13 minutes spent circling at the farthest north. Okay, controversy. Since 1926, doubts have been raised, defenses made, and heated controversy arose over whether or not Byrd actually reached the North Pole.
This Willy Wonka interactive thing is so funny. It's so funny for the people who spent money on it, but
So they think he falsified his statement, flew about 80% of the distance to the pole before turning back because of an engine oil leak, but later falsified his official report. Accepting the conflicting data in the typed report's flight times indeed require both northward and southward ground speeds greater than the flight's 85-mile-per-hour airspeed. Then he had a transatlantic flight, Antarctic expeditions. So what happened in the Antarctic expeditions? Photographic expeditions and geological surveys were undertaken for the duration of that summer. All right, somebody's gonna have to give me the details. Too much information for me to sift through to know what you're talking about. Okay, what are you laughing about, Rachel? What are you looking at?
Well, first of all, I thought I heard through you that Willy Wonka chocolate experience.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So, like, they set up this, like, what they called Willy's chocolate experience, and, like, parents paid for their kids to, like, go to this, like, so-called, like, interactive kind of, like, children's fun kind of thing, carnival. And it's the most rinky-dink, like, cheap looking. Like, they have, like party good, like here.
£35 to for that shit. Okay. It looks terrible. I agree. It looks terrible.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go see what people say about what I'm supposed to be gleaning from this whole thing. Let's find out. It said that Bird met with some aliens, basically, but it seems fabricated. More like people will be watching you. People will be watching me do what? What happened to the water engine? The water engine? I don't know what the water engine is. I'm hungry too, said Natalie. I'm kind of hungry too, Natalie.
I am too, but I want another cinnamon roll. It makes me feel like a fat ass.
Eat what you want, darling.
Okay.
Um, why don't we have water engines? Can we talk about the water engines? What are water engines? And why should we have them? Water fueled car. The Water Engine, a David Mamet play made into a television film in 1994, tells the story of Charles Lang inventing an engine that runs using water for fuel. Toyota's new engine runs on water? Really? Water engines. A water engine is a type of positive displacement engine that uses water pressure to drive. It is similar to a steam engine with similar pistons and valves. Water engines are also known as water pressure engines. Water engines have been classified into three categories: water pressure motors, water fueled engines purify heat and crack water into its constituent elements in gaseous form. Water powered V8 engines extract hydrogen from water to power the engine. Is Toyota's water engine real? According to a Quora user, Toyota's water engine is a hoax. Hmm. Well, in October 2023, Toyota filed a patent application for a water cooled hydrogen combustion engine with water injection valves. According to topspeed.com, the patent pending engine is a high performance alternative to electric vehicles. Okay, so they don't have a water engine, Toyota doesn't, but they do have a water hydrogen engine. Okay, bye, Marcella. Can I post a short clip of the Super Bowl, less than 15 seconds? If you want to put a link to something, you can put a link to whatever. I don't care. I can temporarily add you as a moderator.
You know what I like more and more the time as it goes on in my head?
What's that?
Help Herself by Baby No Money.
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't really, I mean, I think it might, it might use electrolysis on water to get the hydrogen. I'm not sure. It could be a good way to combat the effects of climate change, unironically. Well, it wouldn't combat the effects of climate change. It would, oh, I see what you're saying. It requires so much water. I mean, but the water would just go back into the atmosphere as steam, right? Hey, don't forget to wash behind your ears.
Would you like
A food? Yes.
cup of noodles?
Yes, please, darling.
Sure.
I would like that. Oh, yeah, we have hella trees too. Get me a shower too if they have an extra one. One might imagine if everybody were running on water fueled engines that presumably would also have an electric component to it that would be both sort of a backup power system and the engine for the electrolysis that would split off the hydrogen. It would have to be a complicated mechanism, right? It would have to be an electricity source that that successfully ran some sort of electrolysis process and successfully collected just the hydrogen, expelling the oxygen, um, or maybe using the oxygen to provide an environment in which the hydrogen is burned, I guess. I wonder how quickly that would go through water, but also it seems like a very complicated set of steps to have to incorporate into one engine, you know? I gave myself a haircut not that long ago. I tried opening YouTube to add myself as a mediator, but it didn't work well. You're already, you just need to put a link. You don't add yourself as a moderator. I added you as a moderator. Just put your link. If you have a link, just copy and paste it into the chat, and it'll show up as a link. Just cut the water in half. You just got to make sure you cut right between the O and the H's. You might need to put on glasses if you want to be able to see precisely enough to do that. All right, I'm going to go step outside now for a health tube. And, still waiting for, Mia. I'm waiting for Mia to post his link. Play stand for a second. Remove him as moderator before I forget. That's not a link. That's an email address, Chode Hunter. Bob UFO says that would require a lot of NI. So how about a magic battery with unlimited energy? You'd have to be an INFJ to be able to do that. Only INFJs can make magical energy.
Doy.
Yeah.
I mean, all the time.
They're the most profound of all types.
Can I give you this? I love you.
I love you too, darling. Acon City. I don't know what Acon City is, but I'm assuming it's a wonderful, wonderful place where everybody is happiness and joy all the time. You know, I wouldn't mind having two of those, the cup of noodles is.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
But I'm a growing boy. Which means I need to consume a lot of cup of noodles is. The proper plural for cup of noodles is not cups of noodles. It's cup of noodles is. Well, it's still a little bit light outside as we close in on night. Sodium batteries were the principal. My old co-worker ate a cup of noodles with tapatio sauce every day for lunch. We eat a fair amount of cup of noodles around here. And the reason is because we're lazy. We're not really that into cooking and stuff like that. I'm going to turn the lights on. Hold on. Like, I've got a package of Italian sausage in the freezer. And I've got some frozen French rolls, like sausage rolls, you know. So, I could make that. That would be a better dinner. But I don't know. I just think. It sounds like a hassle, you know. Tonight, I guess there's not really anything on TV or going on that particularly want to pay attention to. Hope to have a fairly early night's sleep, you know. For automobiles in 1898 sodium batteries. And check out the Toyota food court where they got the most decadent piping hot fried water. Fried water is my favorite way to consume water. My coworker, he had 13 kids, and I was like, damn, it's cold out here. It's cold. It's the coldest winter, 1892. Good thing I got on my Pepsi jacket. Brrr. Anywho, life's a crazy mystery that none of us are ever going to solve, even if we live 1,000 lifetimes. How many lives do you think you live? One life? 2 lives? Or many lives? Reincarnation is basically the idea of soul recycling, you know? Some people think your soul is not recycled, it just goes to its final destination, which is like heaven or hell or whatever. Some people think your soul continues to return to other turns on the wheel of life, but that you just don't remember your previous life. I personally don't have any opinion on the matter, really. I'm not sure what to think about it. It seems impossible to answer, so spending much time musing about it seems kind of pointless. I tell you what doesn't seem pointless, though. Going pee. I think I'm gonna tackle that important business in a moment. I can feel my bladder saying, I'm ready. I'm ready to release my occupants. Let your liquid free. My urine is hoping I'm going to sign an Emancipation Proclamation for it, I think. And you know, I might. I might just do that. Regardless, I have to pee. So I'm going to go in right now. If I'm lucky, I might even have to poo as well. Sometimes that happens. It's like pee except from your butt. Pants for your eyes. Occupants. That's like inky pinky of puns, right? It's a word, it's just a regular word, but that you could pun out into meaning something like that. It's not really a pun. I'm not exactly sure what that is. Play on words of some sort, but I like the way you're thinking there, Ruben. You've come up with a new game called Punky Pinky. Punky Pinky is Inky Pinky, but with puns. So another example of that. You want to do a horrible one that you could say, for example, A Chinese forest animal, you'd say barely, you know. Even though Lee isn't spelled like that. Or, I can't think of another one off the top of my head. But you get the gist of it. Ruben just invented a new game. Good job, Ruben. I hereby award you a patent. Now start suing people. It's good to urinate when your bladder fills with liquid. The pee streams out my wiener into the toilet below, and I feel free from liquid. Yes, and now I wonder if there's solid in my butt that needs to be released. If so, I will let it go. That's today's urine song. Every day, mostly, there's a new urine song. That was today's. I hope you enjoyed it. It's part of my new bathroom opera that I'm writing. It's about, or actually, my new opera is called The 6 Things You Need to Let Out of Your Body. It's an opera in 6 acts. Each act is devoted to one of the things you need to let out of your body. The other day when I was on mushrooms, I really focused on number 4 or 6, depending how you number them, mucus. I really focused on that one. I was blowing my nose constantly. It was super annoying. I'm not a huge fan of blowing my nose, but you're a little constipated, huh? I also am a little constipated. Oh, you're talking about me. Oh, I see. Well, you know, I am doing things to preserve our financial state. You know, Rachel and I are going to have work to do managing this vacation rental. We need to do a few things that before anything else we need to get done that I have to wait to get done a little bit. I don't feel like I'm taking the first step to dying because I don't feel like I've stopped working really. It is the case that I took quite a hiatus from I guess doing a lot of productive things, but certainly it was the case that selling the house in LA and buying this house and stuff, that was a process that involved quite a bit of doing. Then we put together a wedding, etc. And now we're moving on to the next phase where we're going to be doing property management stuff, which is certainly involves plenty of work and just really a lot of straightforward kind of manual labor stuff, cleaning, we're doing washing sheets and stuff like that, you know. Plus, I think it's not unreasonable. Hi, Acacia. Not unreasonable to assume that if there continues to be some channel growth, that I'll probably end up seeing more typing sessions as well, which pay pretty decent, okay money, $100 an hour. Not great, but not terrible. And I don't want to make them unaffordable for regular people either. So I'm not looking to maximize profits, squeeze as much as I can out of everybody. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
What a wonderful lady you are.
Oh, thanks.
So, my future, I feel as though I'm just getting started on a future that's just unfolding, because since my parents died, I've been kind of in this weird place of either planning funerals, mourning, doing real estate stuff. Just it's been a lot of state change. You know, people are capable of adapting to changing conditions, obviously. Well, there's really not any other work besides the actual session, Bob, because it's a Google meeting. The only other work is, it takes a minute or two if they want me to, which is to upload it and publish it. If they don't want me to publish it, then it automatically saves to my Google Drive. It alerts me in my email when it's done processing. I just click on that, push, share, put their email address in, yeah. So there's very little other work besides the session. The way I have it set up, I won't even book a session until you've already paid me via PayPal. That way I always get a PayPal email saying you've received money, and I go and email them saying what day and time do you want. They email me back, put it on the calendar. It's a very small amount of additional work.
Yes, mommy loves you. I don't know why you want a piece of this.
Well, imagine that Rachel and I will be splitting probably, well, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you drop it over there for him?
Here's your trouble. There you go.
I know he doesn't want it. I knew he didn't.
We'll probably be operating at the same rate of pay on the vacation rentals. I'm not sure how long it's going to take us to clean and put do the linens, but it's going to take however long it takes to wash the linens.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you know what? We'll get 2 sets, and then instead of us having to wash them over there, wait for them to be done and dry them, we can just bring them back here, wash them here, get ready for the next time. That'll be more efficient that way.
I have to wash like the upstairs, like my bedroom sheets, so I'll do it all at the same time.
Well, you do that, Adelie. Go right to sleep. Feels good to eat food and drink beverage. These are what you call nature's fuels. You want this or not? No? Yeah.
Sorry. I thought that's why he was over here.
Yeah, cup noodles are bomb. You know what's crazy? It's called cup noodles. I always thought it was called cup of noodles.
I always call it cup of noodles.
It's not called cup of noodles. It's called cup noodles. Mandela effect?
Oh my god, I think so.
Mandela effect. I could have sworn these were called cup of noodles.
I've always called them cup of noodles. I've never called them cup of noodles.
No, I'm not tripping again. You can't take mushrooms in that rapid succession and have them work again without taking a lot more. You got to give it about a week between. Yeah, it's not cup of noodles. It's cup noodles. There's no of at all. I say Mandela effect.
I say Mandela effect too.
Someone's going back in history and changing my cup of noodles to cup noodles. Yes, I have tried mescaline crispy bacon. There's this particular like large bunch of cactus in Arcadia that is this kind of cactus that has a high amount of mescaline in it. And I harvested some of it, made the mescaline. It's just basically you got to strip off this inner part of it. This one part of it had the mescaline in it. I ate too much of it, really. I had a rather ridiculous mescaline trip. It wasn't San Pedro. It was, I tried it with San Pedro and I couldn't get it to work because San Pedro has such a small amount of mescaline in it. At least the ones that are called San Pedro that you can find around, right? Yeah, but if it's not the right kind, then it won't really do anything to you. There's this other one that I got that it has a lot of mescaline in it, and it's got much longer thorns on it than San Pedro. And I had a crazy. There wasn't peyote. It wasn't peyote that I took. It was a different kind of cactus. A fairly large cactus. It was also a very old cactus. It had been there for a long time in this spot. But I was able to, chop off a couple of arms of it, harvested a bunch of peyote. It made me really like weird and gacky. In fact, it was so like that I eventually took mushrooms to take the edge off the mescaline, and I had a crazy trip. Everything was just melting like crazy. But I didn't like mescaline.
Not to change the subject, but I want to thank. What's your big God's Big Heaven Church?
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank God's Big Heaven Church for keeping us out of the storm. It really hit the parts of the Sierras like really bad.
Yeah, we got a reasonable amount.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Peruvian Taurus, the one I took. Mescaline, especially with the alkaloids in the cactus, is said to be intense. Well, yeah, I didn't like it. So, somebody suggests that mushrooms and MDMA is a great combination. I'm sure it is. It's really hard to get real MDMA. It's over now, side cheek. Storm's over. As far as I know, we don't have another one coming in anytime soon. But let me check. Right? Yeah. Well, cup of noodles is. It says rain starting in about 1.5 hours. Well, color me wrong.
Supposed to rain?
Supposed to have rain between 8 and 11 p.m.
Hmm.
But let me talk to you now, everyone, about what's coming up. Because I see rain clouds again
Oh.
suggested for Saturday the 9th, with just 1 hour of rain from 6 to 7 p.m. Looking further ahead than that, nothing. So after tonight, we're only going to have, yes, Acacia, I would. After tonight, we're only going to have 1 hour of rain for for the next week. So if I tried the baked Lay's potato chips, I think I might have, but I'm not one who prefers like healthy things. Yeah, I'm also a big fan of DMT, but that's also hard to get. Don't go smoking DMT. They are the baked Lay's potato chips. Well, I see what you're doing there, Sage. No, Sage. It is currently 6:42 in the PM. Cool. Yeah, call me or whatever. We'll talk about it off stream.
Who?
Okay, sure.
Oh, cool.
Oh, right. Well, where it is, what time it is where I am is 6:43. If I were in Hawaii, it would be a different time. If I were in New York, it would be a different time. So my country has many times, but where I am in my city, it's 6:43. My friend says there's a great new program on CBS at 8 p.m. tonight. I wonder what it is. I will look. I don't know. You have to tell me what it is. I'm not a toad taster neither. So, does anybody know why there's no O on the cup of noodles? How does he know it's great if it's new? Good question, No Sage. Good question.
What's the question?
How does he know it's a great show if it's new?
Yeah.
So, cup of noodles, right. Why isn't it, where is the O? Cup of noodles. The brand was originally called Cup of Noodles when it was first sold in Japan in 1971 and 1973. In 1983, the company removed the O from the name. But then in 2021, they announced it would be changing the name back to Cup O Noodles. Well, they haven't yet.
You're making me want some now, too.
I may have an older shipment of them nudes. Is that the short way of saying noodles? Nudes?
What kind of nude for nudes?
Yeah, probably Japan, as No Sage suggests. They were like, I don't want anybody to think that we're Irish.
Yeah, they probably were.
So we're getting rid of that O apostrophe. It's pronounced "f," like rhymes with Good night, Natalie. Sleep well.
Good night,
Don't
Natalie.
let the bed bugs
Hi,
nor
Theo.
any other kind of bugs bite. You, you have a fucking. In 1983, there was bad stuff going on in Ireland, too. Is that why she sang, with their bombs and their tanks and their guns and their meows? Why did they take away Oriental flavor? Because there's no such thing as Oriental anymore, crispy bacon. Okay? No such thing.
My grandma Pelosi used to say Oriental.
Even things that should be called Oriental, like foods and furniture and design and stuff, are no longer called Oriental. It's not allowed. Similarly, we don't have a master bedroom in this house.
I keep on saying master bedroom. But
No,
you're right.
no, no. That is slavist. It's not acceptable to say master bedroom anymore. It is the primary bedroom. But fortunately, we bought a house where the old language was grandfathered in. That's why there's a master bedroom and then there's slave quarters. Those are the only kind of rooms I want in the house. I want each room designated for the master or for the slaves.
Can I cup your bun?
Of course, my darling. And we're going to wrap this up pretty soon to engage in marriage wrestling. So,
Okay, so maybe I'll have the cup noodles after.
I'd say you have the cup of noodles first because I got to smoke
Yeah?
a cigarette. I got to smoke a cigarette and then I'll wrap this up. Okay? Have your cup of noodles. Enjoy it. Enjoy the noodly goodness of it. Are you worried that, I shouldn't eat before getting in the pool? Is it that kind of thing? Someone shouldn't eat before engaging in marriage wrestling? One of the frustrating things in marriage wrestling is it's never very clear at the end who has won. I'd like to think it's me, but I can never trust the Russian judge to score me properly. 0.0? Come on. I should get at least a 2.2 for that. Look, the Mexican judge gave me 7. Yeah, but that's out of 100. That's even worse than 2. Well, Eric, the judges have tallied your score after this marriage wrestling match. What is it? What is it? Averages out to a 5.7 out of 100. 5.7? That's a terrible score. Well, maybe you need to go back to the practice board. Don't you mean drawing board? No, we don't. So, did I win the gold medal? No. You got last place. Last place, huh? How many competitors were there? Just two, you and Rachel. You see, you split the points. Split the points out of 100. So she got 94.6 or whatever. All right, well, I can live with that. That seems fair. Oh, I can really hear the water flowing. I'm not sure if that's the stream at the bottom of the gully or it was just a bunch of snow melting all over. It's got to be the stream. Well, it's really. Can you hear it? There's a stream pumping like nobody's business. Wow. I haven't heard the stream that loud in a long time. Sure, it was that way at some point last year, but it's really cranking some gallons. I can hear the stream on the stream. Yeah, it's great. I love the sound of it. Makes me happy that it's flowing again. It just sort of says water problems can be ignored for another season. We're fine. The state's fine. We got enough water. The lakes and rivers will be full. It'll be great. Great summer, you know. So I don't feel bad for the Sierras for getting hammered by this storm, all those blizzards or whatever, because if you live in Mammoth, that's exactly what you want. You want a ski season that stretches into July, where a few runs are still open in July, you know, without any snowmaking. Obviously, it depends how hot the early summer is, but you know they'll definitely be skiing in Mammoth through the end of April into May for sure, because we got a large bunch of snowpack here at the end of the winter. It's great. And like I said, you know, it presents a pretty great rare opportunity, and I may very well take advantage of someday this week, especially if Ruben or Keisha has any interest in skiing. Badger Pass is an hour and a half away. I've never skied there before. It's gonna have fantastic snow after this storm for a little while. It's not super high elevation like Mammoth, so you know there are only so many good opportunities to ski that mountain. I haven't skied in a long time, but I think that sounds like a delightful day. And I don't know what the reception is up on that mountain, but if I had a bar, it would be cool to live stream while skiing. I'd have to get some sort of hat attachment for my phone, probably. I could bring my portable battery thing so that.
Can I splurge on some hot cocoa?
Of course, darling. She asks the silliest questions. flow stream, but his can be hit or miss for me. Well, he's got a panel on there, so it's obviously going to be contingent on the quality of the people he's got on the stream, someone on their topic and such. Here is not necessarily going to be better or worse, but it'll probably be more consistent. Like every time you come here, you get more Eric than anyone could possibly need. Basin Arapohi is great on closing day. Beer, bikini, and brats grilling in the parking lot. I don't know what that is. Whoa, little lady. Let's not do that. There's generally about stuff that's not of interest to you. Well, there does seem to be I don't have a lot of data to draw this conclusion from, really, but there does seem to be a lot of what I would consider overreaching NI. I was surprised to hear it's not snowing today. It was snowing earlier a little bit. It snowed a lot last night, and I woke up to about, I don't know, 9 inches of snow maybe, and now it's considerably less. It's melted a fair amount during the course of the day. But when I woke up, there was quite a pile of it on top of the car.
Oh, was there?
Yeah. But it melted pretty quick in the morning. It started melting fast,
That's good.
So, do I still have a poll going?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Okay. Looks like Towley is, no, Butters. No, Towley. Towley is the winner with 51 votes. I would have voted for Towley, so I'm glad to see Towley win. Yeah, I know. I mean, it snowed in March. It's definitely surprising. Not what you expect. Pimp J, all right, I will. It's about time for a therapeutic hong bit. I think I could do some blue intermediate runs. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, when I was younger, I skied advanced slopes all the time, but nowadays I'm looking for a pleasant, smooth experience of sliding down a hill, not a bunch of workout for my legs, No, it's actually a hong bit. Okay. I also was like wrong bit at first, but it's wrong. I think they're still getting snow on Mount Hood too. Slow start, strong finish to the winter. Yeah. And that's kind of a better way than strong start, slow finish, because the snowpack lasts later into the year. And since California is not good at preserving its water resources, we don't have really adequate reservoirs and stuff. I'd be interested. Have you ever skied before, Ruben? If you're brand new, then don't even bother. It's if there's somebody who's not skied at all in their childhood, is trying to learn as an adult, well, you're probably not gonna have a very good time.
Will they have tubing?
They might have tubing. I don't know.
Because then the occasion Ruben could do that. I plan on just enjoying the lodge.
Sure, yeah. Well, we'll play it by ear. We'll see what happens. Mentor Junior says, "Hello, Brazil. Hi. I'm not from Brazil, but if you mean hello from Brazil, then I say hello to Brazil from America, land of the United States." I can play it by rear as well. I can play it by deer. I can make my determination based on how many deer I see. Cruiser runs are the best for the snow cat groomed quartery snow. I don't know. I like just straight up packed powder, you know. Um, not sure if it like grooming's fine, but I get best after it's been skied on a little bit. It's just not quite so clumpy. Marcia in Fernandez is blowing her nose, and she's apparently blowing it quite a bit. Maybe she has mucus syndrome that I had the other night, when I was in the garage trying to be on mushrooms. And what did I have happen to me? Constant nose blowing.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating. Lyric says, hi. Hi, Lyric. Lyric Square. What is that square? If I look at my phone, I can see what that square is.
Whoa.
TBH. Who knows what TBH is? There. Let's
Yeah.
find out. What is TBH? 349 TBHs. Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
TN
thank
Chai
you.
Tea. I don't know what TBHs are, but I appreciate it regardless. TBH currency. Oh, it's Thai money. It's Thai money. How nice. This is the first Thai money I've ever received. Now I have money to spend in Thailand if I ever go.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's find out something. Cool. Close tabs to the right. Yeah, I looked it up. I saw. Thank you very much. CN Chai Tea. Um, and that's one of the realities that I I can conceive potentially coming about long term with the live streaming is that if I if I were to grow the channel sufficiently that I had like consistently 100 people in here or whatever, and I'm still responding to chats and the chat rate is high enough, then people might be inclined to super chat just to sort of highlight their comment so that I give more attention or something. I wouldn't ever try to be like, if you want to get your thing read, super chat. I would never be like that, but it's probably also the case that I would certainly make a point of reading any super chat comment. Oh, it doesn't let me do that this time. It used to let me. Last time I got a super chat, it let me heart it and thumbs up it, but not this time. I got snowblind for 1.5 days after I lost my sunglasses at noon. I'll try not to lose my. Fast forward 5 months. You want to get your thing read, super chat. I don't think so, Raven. I don't think so. I like the idea of naturally occurring money. I don't like the idea of soliciting money. It's a effy third thing, I guess. You know. Although Taylor is careful in how he solicits money too. Instead of not soliciting it, he solicits a very small amount of it. Ever tried pipe tobacco? Yeah, I've smoked pipe before. Um, it's cool. I don't dislike pipes. I like the way the pipe tobacco smells. I mean, a pipe is the best smelling kind of tobacco for sure. If you are just talking about, you know, the secondhand smoke, how it smells. But I don't know. Like most people, I like most people, I find that cigarettes are the form of tobacco that I liked and stuck with most. So for better or worse, that's just how it was for me. I also tried chewing tobacco for a little while when I was like a teenager. I didn't like it. I didn't like having to spit. Empty this. Yeah. And then into the trash you go. Okay, well, we've eaten, and I'll pet the cat a little bit. Yes, I'm here. You may eat safely. I will prevent any predators from getting you while you eat. Go ahead. Eat your little mouth off. Oh, yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Daddy pets. Daddy admires and Daddy cares. Daddy emulates. Daddy recommends. Daddy affirms. Daddy acknowledges. Daddy praises. Daddy respects. Daddy defers to. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Oh, yes. All right. Well, what time is it anyway? 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
As a child, I was exposed to disheartening amount of third-hand smoke. Third-hand smoke is pretty bad. Third-hand smoke, of course, is I blow out smoke, Rachel breathes it in, and then she blows it out.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, most of the smoke doesn't get from the first hand to the second hand, and even less of it gets from the second hand to the third hand. In fact, one might say an impossibly negligible amount. But it still is not okay to expose anybody to any hand of smoke. Even sixth or seventh hand is not okay. Yeah, it did. Messed you up long term. Turned you into an ENFJ. I'm just kidding, ENFJs. Yeah, I know that cat thinks he's the daddy and I'm the pet. Horrible. I like limes in any beer. They have a Dos Equis lime and salt. Room was raised in a bathroom with a smoker and another person. A smoker, and they stood in that order: smoker, other person, Ruben. Okay, 7:09. I've been streaming for let's see how long. I'll look at with my where did I put them? Eric, here they are. 5.5 hours. Well, I mean it's a good amount of time. It's not like I've just been streaming for 20 minutes or something. So I think what I will do is wrap. You know what? I think I'll play a song and then I'll wrap this up. And then I'm going to wrestle with Rachel.
I'll meet you in there.
All right, cool. So, what song am I going to play? Well, I'm going to play the song that I think generally gets the best feedback, a song that somebody earlier today was saying was stuck in their head. A song I played last time probably, but whatever. I'm going to play Gregory in Disguise because it's generally well received, etc. Here we go. So I'm only going to play one song. Might as well play that one. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. There. Yeah, okay, Boba Fett, listen. You've already expressed to me, in no uncertain terms, your contempt for the song Parker Chart Lemon Squeeze. Nevertheless, I will undoubtedly play it again in the future. You've made your position on it clear, so deal with it. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Skeet. And I will talk to you later. And Acacia, regarding that whole matter, yes, if you confront me, I'll pay you back, yada yada. All right, see y'all later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.